I'm back. I'm back. What, baby? What'd you say? He goes, that word. I try like to at least. I know. I just didn't say that because in like the first 60 seconds of my life, or 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 6 minutes, I try not to say. Even throughout my whole content, I try not to. Anyway, welcome. Y'all check the replay. I went live. It's called Rhonda's Live Black Caucus Debunking Misinformation. I was live for 2 hours. I'm back 13 seconds into Rhonda's lovely sparks. That's right. I'm Rhonda, and I'm from Texas. That's right.
You're Rhonda and you're sparking.
I'm Rhonda, and I'm sparking. I'm sparking, baby. I'm sparking. So we're back. I'm so happy to be back so quickly. I signed off the other one and I chimed into the new chat. I'm learning how to have, um, you know, to go at least a minimum 2 hours. And if I go 8 hours, it's great because I'm having a watch party. Hey, Daydream. Hi, baby. Andre, it's Daydream. Hello, Daydream 1990s. What's up, beautiful? I missed you. You are so amazing. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, Daydream 1990s. Wow, I miss you. I was speaking earlier in my last live. Do a replay. Check that out where I talk about, we got Jasmine on there. She said she's been so busy. Oh, that's good. That's good, right? So busy. It's good. I'm rocking my blue for Democrat National Convention. My vote is for Kamala Harris. And my replay was check out the replay. It's about debunking lies, misinformation, debunking lies about the truth. And it's hot to death. There's Michael Eric Dyson. There's our girl Jasmine, who's a House representative here in the state of Texas. I always tell people that I'm Rhonda and I'm from Texas because there's a lot of misconceptions about Black people, especially like me, Black women in Texas. Uh, I am trying to definitely get tuned in right now to my other, to have it on my live here to watch the Democrat National Convention. Um, I am finding right here where I can find the Democrat Convention. And I'm going to play that here. So if you're at work, if you're traveling, you can still hear me. You can hear the sound. I'm going to be playing the sound of the speakers tonight. And let me give you a quickie. Well, quick rundown. Rest in peace, Phil Donahue, whose pioneering daytime talk show launched an indelible television genre, has passed away. Rest in peace, Phil Donahue. I do talk about trending things that happen while I'm live. Hubby also is the main one who helps me with, and my chat room helps me to let me know what's happening. Right now, I'm going to my YouTube channel and I'm pulling up the Democrat National Convention. And it's live right now. I see C-SPAN. Let me see what I want to support, basically. I'll kind of look at this because I want to see if C-SPAN has a Creative Commons where I could air it without getting in trouble. That's what I'm trying to tap into, is where I could play it legally. There's PBS NewsHour. I'll play PBS NewsHour. Uh, I'm going to pull it up so you all out there who are watching TV and you want to watch TV, your own thing, that also you could actually see it here on my channel, and you could, did I say see it here and hear it? Democrat National Convention 2024, I'm covering the 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock part. Check out the replay where I cover also the Black Caucus of the DNC today that talks about debunking lies. All out there about, my husband goes live also, and his voice goes live. And he's talking about how they say, uh, you know, Dr. Martin Luther King was Republican, this and how he's, yes, he was, but at the same time, my husband put out why and how the party was different back then. Is that Beyonce's? That looks like Beyonce's mama there. Wow, look at everybody. Let me help him pull this up so y'all can see this. Black Star. We want to find, I have been learning how to navigate more on my, I'm trying to find how I could find history. Okay, here it is. PBS. So we can get that going. So I can start chatting some more with you all. Let's get this going because I know you all want to see what's happening. That's not Beyonce's mama, but it does look like her, don't it? Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm turning it up. So let me give you the rundown who's speaking tonight. Okay? I'm going to give you a rundown who is speaking tonight. I got my backup charger on. Here's why you see that white cord. A girl's got to do what I got to do because I've been working the midnight oil for our DNC, playing, doing what I need to do, playing my pivotal role, not playing around with y'all, playing the pivotal role of debunking misinformation, debunking the lies, and bringing it live to you all. The Democrat National Convention, which is supposed to start about 5:10, 5:15. So let's give you a rundown. The 2024 Democrat National Convention begins Monday, which is today in Chicago, with President Joe Biden speaking during the opening night of the conversation. The convention's first night will pay tribute to the 81-year-old Democratic president whose last month ended his reelection campaign and endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris as the nominee. Also, I tell you on the replay, we're debunking the lies when it comes to how they said, well, Kamala, when she was a prosecutor in California, how she locked up all these black people. So we got our girl Jasmine, who is a black woman, Texas House Representative, uh, which y'all should know about her. And if you don't, you might have been sleeping under a rock. So check it out. Check it out. I do make politics fun. It's all about the party. People are there right here. This is on PBS. Um, Hopefully PBS doesn't block me out and get me on this, but it is an educational channel. Hopefully they will allow me to do this, but I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it. They're checking their mics. They're getting all set up for a great evening today. It says Obama is expected to speak Tuesday night, while former President Bill Clinton is scheduled to speak on Wednesday night before vice presidential nominee Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, gives his address. CD Lamb holding the mic, really? NBC News reported that President Jimmy Carter's grandson, Jason Carter, will be also there to speak on his dad's behalf, his grandfather's behalf. And the DNC speaker schedule is subject to change, and a full list of speakers will be released at a later time. And that's what happened when I was, when I had the live Black Caucus, which is all about, me fighting against the lies on YouTube. They are lies, and fighting against the lies that are in the media and the anti movement for Kamala. We are just stopping the lies and help enlightening people who are working so much, and that you're not up on it. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, so for me to catch up on the Cowboys, where do I go? Mark Holmes, right? So You all can come here to get an update on the DNC, checking with me when it comes to fun politics. I'm your girl, Rhonda, with Rhonda's lovely sparks. I bring a spark. I also tell the truth. And it says, here's the full lineup of Monday speakers. So I'm just giving you a few. There's also going to be a person who is a former Donald Trump voter is going to speak. Also, the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, Minyon Moore, chair of the 2024 Democratic National Convention Committee, the Honorable Jaime Harrison, chairman of the Democratic National Committee, the the Honorable Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, the Honorable Lauren Underwood, member of the United States House of Representatives of Illinois. It's getting better, y'all. Repeat, Rich Logus, former Donald Trump voter, the Honorable Robert Garcia, member of the United States House of Representatives of California, Lee Saunders. It's getting better, y'all. Lee Saunders, president of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. April Verrett, president of the Service Employees International Union. Brent Booker, general president of the Laborers International Union of North America. Kenneth W. Cooper, international president of International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The unions coming out, coming out, coming out. The unions are endorsing Kamala. Kenneth W. Cooper, International President, International. I said already. Claude Cummings Jr., President of the Communication Workers of America. Elizabeth Schuler, President of the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations. The Honorable Malroy McMorrow, Michigan State Senator. The Honorable Gina Raimondo, United States Secretary of Commerce. The Honorable, Sean Fain, President of United Automobile Workers. Can we say that again? Sean Fain, president of United Automobiles Workers. The Honorable Alexandria Ocasio Cortez, member United House of Representatives of New York. You are going to be able to hear this live. I am going to play it live. We hope that PBS also has this where a Creative Commons where I could air it live on my channel. And if it doesn't, guess what? We're going to still get it in live. Also, the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton, former United States Secretary of State and former presidential candidate, Hillary Rodham Clinton. The Honorable James E. Clyburn, member of United States House of Representatives of South Carolina. The Honorable Jamie Raskin, member of United States House of Representatives of Maryland. The Honorable Jasmine Crockett. What? My daughter popped in. She was so freaking excited. She popped in. She's like, Mama, hi, Mama, hi, Mama. Jasmine Crockett. Don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on her. Check her out. She is also going to speak. She's a member. And let's repeat this. I'm Rhonda. I'm from Texas. Jasmine Crockett is a member of the United States House of Representatives here in Texas. The Honorable Grace Min, member of United States House of Representatives of New York. Amanda and Josh Zarowski from Texas. Caitlin Joshua from Louisiana. Hadley Duval from Kentucky. The Honorable Andy Beshear, Governor of Kentucky. The Honorable Reverend Raphael G. Warnock of United States Senator of Georgia. The Honorable Chris Coons, United States Senator in Delaware. Dr. Jill Biden, First Lady of the United States. Ashley Biden, and the Honorable Joe Biden, President of the United States. This is our schedule, our lineup for our wonderful watch party from Rhonda coming your way. Rhonda's lovely sparks by way of Rhonda's lovely sparks. That's right. I'm that smart. That spark. I'm smart. I'm smart too. I'm from Texas. I did get off the watermelon truck. What that means is that the truck is on its way to the field. I decided to get off the truck to go get an education. So that's old Southern thing that our heritage talks about. This is a full lineup. I just got through providing of our Monday speakers today. The speakers are presented in order as they are scheduled to appear. I'm going to also announce the speakers live for you. The ones who are at the podium from 5:15 p.m. to 10:15 tonight, I'm going to be live and longer. Just depends. I'm going to be live with this. I'm going to have a watch party for this every day this week. I'm working hard for you all to register to vote. Lola says we're back. Lola Cowboys. Lola Hot Sauce. And also Daydream 1990s. She says, hello, Miss Rhonda. Hello. Thank you all so much for your support. I love you. I love you. I love you. I've become more confident in my content because of you. Thank you. I didn't really plan it to be this great. I'm 60 minutes into my life. I didn't really plan it. It was just going with my heart, jumping right into it. They also have people, what's trending is Trump shares fake Swifties for Trump images. Fake Swifties for Trump images. That's going out. CBS News is reporting that. These are not lies. I'm not going to waste my channel where I have the trust by you when we're talking about anxiety, when we are getting rid of the PTSD people are suffering, but also the PTSD from politics. We're also, when I tell people when we talk about politics, we've had so many people in our ear. We got to get it out of our ear that, politics is bad for you. So I'm like sharing with you good politics, everybody, because we have a lot of hardworking people. And there are some Republicans, not many, but this is about DNC. Poof, be gone, Republicans. But I do want to get that vote from Republicans. Guess what, everybody? Guess what, everybody? Republicans are flipping the script. They are voting for Kamala. This is not a lie. Check out the polls. And I'm not saying all polls are correct, but, just do your research. Subscribe to a lot of the news today. Get these texts coming in to give you some, instant news and updates. This is how I stay up on it because through my cell phone, I get these constant updates, right? Because I want to know. I've signed up for it when Obama was in office. I signed up for all these great texts that's coming in that's let me know what's happening in my party. So yes, my channel is about how we could talk about politics, how we could talk about uncomfortable conversations that we have a movie parties to bring community together, to build community. We have the watch parties to bring in family. We have the movie watch parties, the cartoon watch parties to bring in our children, right? And we have to build community. I have people from around the world who are subscribed to my channel. Shout out to the Netherlands. She's from, what did she say? She's from North. I'm not going to call out where in Netherlands because Netherlands is divided between the South and the North. But she's from Netherlands. She said, I have such a sexy voice. She feels Americans have sexy voices. She's from Netherlands and she wished she had the food there that we have here in America. And also she said she's going to share with me her soda, her bread, her soda bread recipe. So I can't wait to get that. She has my email. Everybody, y'all got my email. If you don't, I do embrace I have an open door policy for everybody. But who takes precedent to that is also the ones who wear the wrenches and the ones who are members. But I even say that without even, putting others first because I'm on top of it. I'm going to respond to you within 12 hours, probably really within an hour, if you send me an email. And I did reach out to Eastside. I'm going to be transparent with that. Y'all want to know what I said to Eastside? Here it goes. I'm not trying to get into people's business and how this relates to me because he does wear the wrench here, and he is a common a person who visits here a lot, because he wears the wrench, and I gave him a wrench not out of pity. I gave him a wrench, not to also enable what I heard he has done. I said basically what he has said, uh, and I heard that from reputable people. So I just want to be transparent, let you know what I did because I am about a channel that also is about healing and restoring. And I understand also respectfully that Eastside Harold has admitted to me that he does suffer some anxiety. And there's some other things that I will let him talk about to people. Not that I'm about having to save the world. I don't feel I need to save the world. But also, I feel that I have a responsibility having a channel, uh, and not to speak against anybody else who did what they needed to do. And I support that. And I don't support anyone disrespecting anybody in this channel. Understand that. So I stand strong. However, I think it was the right thing for me to reach out to him by email. And I said to him, "Hi, my brother. I miss you and reaching out to you. You're always welcome to my channel. It's yours too." And I meant it when I said you're a family to me. I don't know what happened, but it seems Mark wants you to send him an email and apology. However, he didn't ask me to do this. I know from my heart what you meant and didn't mean, and whatever happened, it's possibly from a dark place that is hard to explain. We can help. We can keep this confidential if you'd like to reply with love, your sis. So I did send that to him because, from what I understand, having a channel of being a responsible person too. I'm not saying anybody else was wrong out there. You're right to do and say how you feel because I believe if that happened to me, he probably would have been gone. But I feel that also I leave doors open for change. And because sometimes we don't know, in his head and in his mind, what's really going on too from a deeper part. Because I remember when he did share with me, he suffers anxiety and maybe drinks too much. And I'm going to be transparent with you all. It's nothing confidential. He said it in an open forum. He said it when everybody was there. I'm not sure if there's people that was there that really paid attention to that. Now, do I have maybe an influence to encourage him to get some help? Maybe. Maybe I could be that one that can do that. I'm not depending on me being, the savior for all, but I know my voice has some value, and I feel that I want to use my platform to help people. Um, Not trying to change anybody, just trying to bring out the best in people, right? I'm not about trying to change anybody, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to bring out the best in people because sometimes the best can be buried by these by drugs and alcohol, right? Those things people do. I'm not saying East Side's doing this. I'm not saying that. But things like that can mask the real person. So I'm not going to talk about this all night. If unless someone wants to talk about it, you can, and I support what you have to say, and I support the stance. But also, it was not about me speaking on this because, even necessarily for Mark, it wasn't for that. It's speaking, representing my channel, and that he has a wrench, and that I feel that when people are subscribed here, I do have a responsibility. Um, Maybe he comes here, where he can find a place where he can get away and probably drink less or probably taunt less harass less in a negative way. He could do what he wants when it comes to whatever he does, as long as, some things that's with not, being so foul. And I have to believe that everybody has good in them, and I feel that I could bring out the good. So that's what I'm sharing with you all. Again, last but not least, saying I'm in support of people's feelings about, how those things he says that could be very insensitive. Okay. So moving right along, we are waiting for the speakers. At the DNC, and you all, of course, can speak on that. I embrace and I follow your lead. And I always say that the people who wear the wrenches here, Lola has a top tier uh, wrench, which means there's different tiers of power. My husband has top tier. I made that public knowledge. Of course, he will. He's my first man, husband, first husband, not man. He's my husband. He has a ring on it too. Um, Miss Tiara has top tier. Um, Lola Cowboys has top tier. This has nothing to do with other people who don't have the top tier. They got the wrenches, they got the power. But I have 6 people on there. William Williams has top tier, where they have power. I have the toppest power, the highest power, because I control the channel. But next to me, I'm not saying next like you're under me. Beside me, next to me, not under me, are the ones at top tier. And Lola is one of those who has that. So that means that I make sure that that top tier person feels secure, that if there is anything that happens on under my watch, under her watch, and the watch here, that she feels that she has a way to control it, because I think there are other people's lives where people have some authority, but they don't have enough authority. And I want to give people that authority. My board members of Rhonda's Lovely Sparks, I want them to feel that I'm not breathing down their necks. I don't need to be managerial at all. I trust the people who are wearing the wrenches, because you all are the board members for Rhonda's Lovely Sparks, and you are the ones that I do lean on, I do look up to, and I highly respect more than anything in this world. Let's get with the subscribers. Oh, do I love my subscribers? Oh, yes, I do. They're my cherries on top of the Sunday. Thank you. A shout out to also subscribers. Thank you all so much for your support, because I have, for the movie, and then I'm talking until this starts. For the movie The Blob, I have over 909 reach, over 47,000 views for the movie The Blob. The original Blob, Stephen McQueen, and part 2, the other Blob movie with Larry Hagman. And I get compliments on that all the time, on how I program that and how I edit it and how I do things that people like so much. Is that I pair my movies. I watch the movies. Sometimes I don't watch all the movies because I want to enjoy the surprise element, but I do really watch movies and make sure there's no error, no like messed up stuff on it, right? Make sure it's quality, the best quality I can find. Uh, but with the Blob, I was saying the Blob was going back and forth with shout out to subscribers. The Blob has over 47,000 views, and the reach, and what that analytic means. YouTube takes it off the shelf and they put it on the plane and they sprinkle my stuff all over the world, 909,000 times across YouTube. That's a lot. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you. My reach is 909,000 times on the blob. If y'all don't know the blob, BLOB, it is like a vintage classic. Steve McQueen is on the first one. It's cool. It's great. And I've scheduled also a new movie that's coming up. Check out the playlist. Check out the front part of my YouTube channel. I have added some playlists like new live streams. I've reorganized it. I have Couch Potato Confessions. That's something I added. Couch Potato Confessions. That's when I talk about um, the movies and I play it where the newer movies that I can't upload. And most of our movies that we see, if not all of them, are suggested by the subscribers, the moderators, the members of my channel. If you're a member, you're going to get first. But also, I'm big on navigating everybody feeling that you're not like being positioned at the bottom tier. My subscribers are just as important to me as everybody else. I know it sounds like, well, she's flipping back and forth. No, I'm not. I understand the value of my subscribers, and they understand their value too. So there's another newer movie I said. It's The Saucer Man. That's coming up in 3 weeks. My movie watch party will start after the football preseason, NFL, American football preseason will be Saturday, the last one Saturday. I don't know if it's the last one's on Saturday, but my movie watch party Saturday. So I'll be picking back up after next Saturday, which will be on that following Tuesday. This week is a special going live. It's Democrat National Convention coverage. Yes, I did cover the Republican National Convention. Not in its entirety. I'm not even covering Democrat National Convention in its entirety. It's from 7 a.m. to 10 o'clock at night. But I am going to, of course, cover more of the DNC because I'm voting Democrat. I've been a lifelong Democrat. Since I've been alive, I have voted for every president since I was of age, of course. Check out the replay. Again, I repeat that hubby also debunked some lies about, well, Dr. Martin Luther King was a Republican, but also he shared why he's a Republican and how the party was different and how it switched Democrat. And he gives some education tidbits about how the party changed during the civil rights movement. No one's telling you that, are they? I mean, there's some people that telling you that, but I'm saying people, a lot of people out there who seems to get more power of the mic, right? That Lyndon Baines Johnson wrote into power some things. So the party started taking on a whole nother better face for people who look like me. Non-melanated people. Melanated people. Because we had a lot of non-melanated people out there and brown people, black and brown and Asian out there who support the civil rights movement. We would not have been able to get the civil rights movement passed if it wasn't for white people. So let's get that right. Put that fact and put it in your pocket. Put that in your pocket. We understand that because we had a lot of people who helped Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the movement, who set it out in these restaurants, you know, where it was for whites only. So we're working on that to get better. We're debunking the lies when it says that there are a lot of people, Trump said this, a lot of black people jumping ship. Good. Let me tell you this. It's not a lot of black people jumping ship to vote for Trump. Let's get that right. Just because there are a few voices of black voices out there that are voting for Trump, it doesn't mean that is the majority. It doesn't mean that. So let's get that correct. Let's get this debunk another lie that in my replay, I'm not going to repeat that, but check out my live earlier. It's another live. It says Black Caucus at the top, where it talks about Kamala put a lot of black people uh, in jail. She, hello, her job was a prosecutor. Yeah, hubby said she was a prosecutor. So we have, that's what prosecutors do. If you did the crime, but she never uh, celebrated on the fact that lies are put out there of what they're saying. She never celebrated who she locked up. As a matter of fact, she put out there that she was about bringing some responsibility in that position on how to prosecute everybody, including blacks, fairly, and getting rid of that and breaking the mold on breaking the mold of all these lies that are put out and getting these stats corrected in California. Shout out to California. Hubby said, "Yeah, they're trying to make it sound like that she's only putting black people in jail. So she's putting people in jail who commit the crime." Here we go, y'all. We are live right now. DNC has started Democratic National Convention. Check out the replay. I have also Please welcome permanent chair of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Here we go. And chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jaime Harrison. So I'm going to also be adding in this live about the style of the Democrats, why we got so much soul. Hello, everyone. I am Minyon, permanent chair of the Democratic National Committee. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to my hometown, Chicago. This convention is a celebration of our hard work and accomplishments and of the American spirit that makes this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together and revived our country and our country's soul. And last month, in a true act of patriotism, he passed the torch to the next generation and the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. As convention chair, I may appoint officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Our convention parliamentarians will be former House Majority. Okay, so hubby is serving me dinner. Roderick Johnson and DNC parliamentarian. So we have sweet potato. We have grilled Andre. Harris County pork chops. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo. Oven baked pork chops, and also oven baked jerk pork chops. Hubby has cooked for dinner. Pork loin chops, and also fried cabbage. Jameson Harris is speaking now.
The Democratic Party is 196 years old. It's the oldest active political party in the world. Every person here is a part of a movement that brings America closer to our goal of a more perfect union. It's moments like 60 years ago when Fannie Lou Hamer told the shocking story of the racist brutality she suffered simply for registering to vote. Or 52 years ago when Shirley Chisholm ran a historic race for the presidential nomination. Or 40 years ago when a round-headed boy from South Carolina, the same before you today, watched Reverend Jesse Jackson challenge America to hope and to dream. Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment when a black convention chair and a black DNC chair lead us in nominating a black and AAPI woman to be the next president of the United States.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Folks, this is because the Democratic Party is and always will be for the people, for our future. We are honored to be a part of American history as we gavel in this convention and celebrate this historic nomination. I would like to thank the incredible workers at this year's convention, the convention staff led by the amazing Alex Hornbrook, and our convention chair, Minyon Moore, and my amazing staff at the DNC. You quite literally set the stage for us today, and we wouldn't be here without all of you. We hereby call the in-person portion of the 49th Quadrennial Democratic National Convention to order.
Yay! Let's go, let's go.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation offered by Cardinal Blaise Joseph Supich, Archbishop of Chicago.
Let us pray. We praise you, O God of all creation. Quicken in us a resolve to protect your handiwork. You are the source of every blessing that graces our lives and our nation. We pray that you help us to truly understand and answer the sacred call of citizenship. We are a nation composed of every people and culture, united not by ties of blood, but by the profound aspirations of life and freedom, justice and unbound hope. These aspirations are why our forebears saw America as a beacon of hope. And with your steady guidance, Lord, may we remain so today. In every generation, we are called to renew these aspirations, to reweave the fabric of America. We do so when we live out the virtues that dwell in our hearts, but also when we confront our failures to root out ongoing injustices in our national life, especially those created by moral blindness and fear of the other. We pray for peace, especially for people suffering the senselessness of war. But as we pray, we must also act. For building up the common good takes work, it takes love. And so we pray, may our nation become more fully a builder of peace in our wounded world, with the courage to imagine and pursue a loving future together. And may we as individual Americans become more fully the instrument of God's peace. Guide us, Lord, in taking up our responsibility to forge this new chapter of our nation's history. Let it be rooted in the recognition that for us, as for every generation, unity triumphing over division is what advances human dignity and liberty. Let it be propelled by the women and men elected to serve in public life who know that service is the mark of true leadership. And let this new chapter of our nation's history be filled with overwhelming hope, a hope that refuses to narrow our national vision, but rather, as Pope Francis has said, to dream dreams and see visions of what by your grace our world can become. We ask all of this, trusting in your ever-provident care for us. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Please welcome Prairie Band Potawatomi, Nation Tribal Council Vice Chair Zach Pamami, and
Nation
Secretary
Tribal
Lori
Council.
Melchior.
Here we are together on our ancestral homelands of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and our sister Potawatomi Nation.
Hey, Sugar Daddy!
We also honor the spirit of the
Hey,
other tribal
Sugar
nations
Daddy,
who traveled
what's
westward through this
up?
beautiful area.
Sugar Daddy One Williams.
Welcome,
Sugar Daddy One
2024
Williams in the
Democratic
house.
National Convention to our homelands.
He said he shared it out. Thank you. Thank you.
This land has and always will carry enormous importance to its original stewards, our ancestors, and our present-day communities. I am Vice Chairman of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, joined by Secretary Lori Melchior, and our nation's Tribal Council, who are also with us in the audience. From time immemorial, our ancestors lived in the Great Lakes region. However, in 1849, an illegal auction by the U.S. government forcibly removed our tribe from our homeland. Since then, we have been working to reclaim it. Finally, this year, the Department of the Interior placed some of our ancestral lands west of Chicago into a trust.
Okay. He's a representative of the
Thanks to the
Tribal
resolve
Council,
of our tribal community
Native
and
Americans.
the Biden-Harris administration, we reclaimed a piece of our home. We became the only federally recognized tribal nation in Illinois in 175 years.
Wow. Go ahead.
Together
Everybody's
in
fighting.
our homelands, let's have a joyful, historic convention. Blessings to you all. Miigwech.
But he said no Republicans did that for the Native Americans. As I go, I'm going to be giving a line out.
Please remain standing for the presentation of
Thank you.
colors
Thank
by
you,
the
Sugar Daddy, for
Illinois
doing
State
shout outs.
Police Honor Guard.
Daydream and Lola.
Here comes. Forward, hook, left,
It is delicious.
left, 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 left. Colors turn.
Please welcome William and Charles Harrison from South Carolina to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, yeah.
Please welcome the Soul Children of Chicago to sing our national anthem.
Is that blackened, you said pork chops? Blackened pork loin? Jerk chicken. Jerk pork loin. And it's fried cabbage and sweet potato. Hubby fixed. Sugar Daddy went yummy. Yummy.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous heights. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Over all his red the folks were singing. It proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say the star-spangled banner
What a
yet
Hey!
for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes. This is America. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at politics. Enjoy politics. Find a way to love politics. Those kids sure make you love it. Sweet babies. Okay.
Please welcome Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Brandon Johnson is coming up, the mayor of Chicago. Hey, Miss TR.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Chicago.
So
where
Hubby
Ida
Fix
B. Wells and Jane Addams
jerk
organized to deliver real
pork loin.
transformative change
Let me see
across
it.
this country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all
Jerk
different backgrounds
pork
to
loin,
keep hope
sweet
alive.
potatoes, and fried
And to
cabbage.
a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, Barack Obama rose to
I'm
the
gonna
White
take a
House,
picture and
reminding
post
us
it.
that yes, we can. And now Chicago, this city of hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America.
Welcome, Miss TR. Andre
As
can
the
see
son
your
of a
comment on
family
the
that
TV.
worked to make
He
ends
laughed at
meet,
that.
I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interests of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values.
Mhm.
Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it.
Amen.
What will it take?
So this is
to
on
defend
YouTube
our
under
fundamental
PBS.
rights and our freedoms? It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it.
She's got it.
And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone. And let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us.
I did.
From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris.
This is on YouTube under PBS NewsHour Live.
Ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing to create a pathway to the American dream. Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world,
Whoa.
the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you.
Trying to get my stand to stay still. Ain't no party like a Democrat party like a
This is our town. We've got
Chicago.
steel in our spines, iron in our veins, and hope in our hearts. We've got the flavor, the guts, the grit, and those big shoulders you heard so much about. We're a bold city, a proud city, a who you calling second city, where 77 neighborhoods are one. A city of giants, a city with heart, a city with heroes, a sweet, sweet place to call home. We were born ready, baptized by fire, tireless, tenacious, tested, trusted, and like someone
You're
else
going to
we
see
know,
the culture of the
we fight,
DNC.
we win.
It's like
We're
night
ready
and day
to rise
from
to
the
change, to
RNC.
rise to new heights.
Democrat
Rise,
Party, y'all don't know already the
rise,
history,
up,
is
up,
that
and
has a
away
lot of
we go.
soul. The way we speak, our speakers
Get
are
ready
great
to scrape the
orator
sky and
speakers.
reach for the stars.
The Democrat
To
Party
stand tall for tomorrow.
represents
To
a whole
witness
different
greatness.
thing,
We ain't going
a
back.
beautiful
We've got
thing,
big things to do, big shoes to fill, big
a
dreams
beautiful
to
culture.
realize. We ain't afraid of nothing. No nonsense, no fear. Oh yeah, we're ready. So America,
We're ready.
welcome to Chicago. We've got our dancing shoes on. We got our game faces on. America, we look like you, sound like you, work like you, dream like you. We feel you, America. We see you, America. Hey, make some noise so we can hear you, America. Welcome
Yay! Welcome to Chicago.
Hello, my friends. My fellow Democrats. I started my journey to this stage in 1988. I was 12 years old, and my family was watching the Democratic National Convention. Now, to be honest, I wanted to watch something else. But we all knew when my grandfather sat in his chair, the TV was his. But folks, when Reverend Jackson came on, I paid attention. A black man from South Carolina, raised by a single mother. That was me. And as long as I live, I will never forget what he said. He challenged young people.
The speaker
to
is
hope
Jaime
and to
Harrison,
dream.
chairman of the
So that's
Democrat
exactly what I did.
National
I
Committee.
dreamed big, I worked hard, and I never lost hope. When our power was cut off, when there was nothing in the fridge, when we lost our home to a con man, I never lost hope. And now, my friends, I'm standing on the same convention stage that inspired me, and I'm the chair of the Democratic Party, the world's oldest political party.
There we go.
Folks, only in America. And that's the beautiful thing about this country that I love so much. Hope and hard work can take you anywhere. You can go to college. You can start your own business. You can even win the Olympics. That's the America Democrats believe in, and that's the America Democrats are fighting for. So 4 years ago, my friends, we were a country divided by fear, and we were stuck under a man who preached bigotry and hatred. Hope was lost. But my friends, we found hope in President Biden and Vice President Harris, and the 80 who stood by their side. And now we are united. We're united in our pursuit of progress because, my friends, they saw us. They fought for us. They heard us. And under their transformational leadership, we have forgiven billions in student loans. We have expanded access to health care, and we have strengthened the middle class. But the fight continues, and there is still more work to do. You know, I know that when we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they will build on our accomplishments, and they will create a country that works for every American. They will invest in our dreams and our futures, and hope will light our path forward. They will lead us in the fight for America, and believe me, when we fight, we win.
When
And
we
folks,
fight, we
can never
win.
forget who we're fighting for. This election is about Americans who are watching right now, wondering who's going to finally pave that dirt road, or make it easier to feed their family, or get medical bills under control. This election is about those who believe anybody can achieve their dreams if they work hard and trust in the endless possibilities of America. This election is about communities who need to see that hope and joy will always overcome fear and chaos. This election is about every little boy inspired by a party chair who looks like him, and every little girl who will finally see a president who looks like her.
Wow.
My friends, we are paving a path for them. We're working toward a brighter future for them, and we need each and every one of you to join us. In my beloved home state of South Carolina, our motto is, while I breathe, I hope. Folks, I believe in the power of hope, but it's going to take more than hope to win this election. So in the next 78 days, our motto can't be just, while I breathe, I hope. It must be, while I breathe, I vote. Because that is how we make hope real for all of America. America, let's vote for Democrats.
Let's vote for Democrats.
Let's save our democracy, and let's vote for our MVP, Kamala Harris, and our coach, Tim Walz. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jameson.
It is indeed my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who will be co-chair for tonight. This is a young woman who is the current lieutenant governor of the great state of Minnesota. And when Tim Walz becomes vice president, she will become the first Native American governor in this great country. Folks, let's welcome Peggy Flanagan.
Don't sleep on it. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Good evening. Thank you, Jaime.
Thumbs up
As
to
we
Miss
gather
TR says, I
together
vote.
on this historic night, we remember those who came before us, who fought and prayed this moment into existence. The suffragists and the abolitionists, the activists who fought for our rights, the leaders who paved the way for us all. Their courage
Let me
and
put that on the
conviction
real thing.
shaped the course of history.
Let me
Their
take it off
memory
of this.
reminds us that the fight for freedom always passes from one generation to the next. We owe it to them and to ourselves to carry their legacy forward. Tonight, we pay tribute to those who dared to dream of a country that truly stands for liberty and justice for all.
Sugar
Next,
Daddy
we'll
says,
hear
I
from
vote.
one of those people, a lifelong advocate.
Sugar
for
Daddy
civil
says, I
rights,
vote.
Maxine Waters.
Andre says he vote. Maxine Waters, I vote. Look at our Maxine Waters, y'all. Oh my goodness, she's been fighting for us for a long time.
Wow. Hello, delegates. Now, you know,
Miss
I've
TR
seen
says,
a
I
lot
vote blue. Miss
in
TR
my
says,
lifetime.
my house is
I
blue.
was just 22 years old when Fannie Lou Hamer made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City, and she arrived with a group of Black delegates from Mississippi. And she simply asked that her delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a Black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City. But you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them. Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania to Arizona to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
See how the order of the Democrat Party, the way they orate, the way they pronunciate and speak, and the passion is a whole higher level of fighting for the people versus the RNC.
Please welcome President and CEO of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, and President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie Campbell.
Do that short so it'll be copyrighted.
I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mississippi NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized here tonight. In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's Mayor Maynard Jackson, Detroit's Mayor Comey Young, and LA's Mayor Tom Bradley paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first Black mayor of the city of Chicago. And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive.
Sugar Daddy said it's a vibe for sure.
All understand, Black history is American history. And in this historic moment, we will write the next chapter together.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. We have come this far by faith. And for Black women, this moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of Black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane Nash, Ella Baker, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend Willie Barrow. Women whose optimism about what America could be and their fight to make that vision real redefined the leadership role that Black women could play in moving our nation forward. As president, Kamala Harris will lead with power, brilliance, and strength from the highest office in the land.
Brothers and sisters, I don't know what this world is coming to.
We resist those attacks collectively, and we will stand together.
Do we believe in freedom?
Support human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history.
The institutions of this country belong to all of the people who inhabit it.
Right.
Jesse Jackson took to the stage at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. knowing the uphill battle he would face in composing the score of a harmonious nation.
Reverend Jackson started out very young. He opened the door, and he continues to do that even now, that all of us have a responsibility for other generations to come behind us.
Jesse Jackson's candidacy in 1984 helped to pave the way for Barack Obama's presidency in 2008. His 1988 candidacy helped to reshape the Democratic National Committee. His candidacy was before its time.
Fueled by passion and determination and marching to their own beat, our civil rights leaders laid the groundwork for lasting change, dreaming of a country where equality and justice inspired the next generation.
We need the energy of our young people. We need the wisdom of our elders. We all can be proud to say that we are truly a leading democracy and we respect president. People's ability to exist.
Really America is not like a blanket, one piece of unbroken cloth, the same color, the same texture, the same size. America is more like a quilt, many patches, many pieces, many colors, many sizes.
Standing on the shoulders of giants, Kamala Harris is the candidate who encompasses the brilliance, determination, analysis, and the action to carry the torch lit by the founders of the movement. There's only one choice to represent
Miss
our
TR says
collective
Jesse
voice.
Jackson cried when
What
President
kind
Obama
of
won
country
presidency. Yes.
Do we want to live in?
Value system of the modern Democratic
Hubby
Party
said not because he was
the
happy.
civil rights movement of the 1960s.
He spoke out against them and then learned to be better. Sometimes we just got to teach leaders to be better leaders for all of us.
Where black woman is the Democratic nominee. It's been a long
Wow, this is sweet.
struggle and a long journey, but Peggy's going to be vindicated and Shirley Chisholm's going to be vindicated in the 24 Democratic Convention.
I wonder if I could sit in a room with Shirley Chisholm, with Rosa Parks, with Coretta Scott King. What would they say about what's happening today?
The civil rights movement has been a key part of organizing the agenda, not just of the Democratic Party, but of democracy.
This is the hope that runs through Kamala Harris's leadership, one where hope, change, and freedom are the drumline of
I
our
just
democracy.
posted in the community tab a picture
Today,
for subscribers, and later on I'll post more for the members.
presidency of the United States of America.
I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee.
We must never surrender.
Oh, wow, that's
America
nice.
will get better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Please welcome
Sugar
founder
Daddy
and
said it's a
president of
vibe
the
for
Rainbow
sure.
Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Oh, there goes Jesse Jackson, y'all. Oh, there he goes. Oh, I'm gonna put my plate down. I dropped everything on the floor. Jesse Jackson. Oh my gosh. Look at Jesse, y'all. Wow. Oh my gosh. He marched with Dr. Martin Luther King. Has done a. Is that Al Sharpton back there? Standing over here. Oh, look. Seeing him gave me goosebumps. Miss TR says, me too. Yeah, that's Al Sharpton standing next to him. All these great Chicago leaders. I have chills too. Woo. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. ain't no party like a DNC party. Wow, that's emotional. That was very emotional. Miss TR says people are crying.
Our first order of business is adopting an up-to-date convention agenda. When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was working on updating plans based on the significant changes that had just occurred. When the committee approved an agenda, it was a work in progress that members knew would need to be revised accordingly. We now have an agenda for the next 4 days. The agenda is included in the Standing Committee report booklet emailed to each convention participant. In addition to fantastic speakers and performers, tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda, hearing the Credentials Committee report, hearing the Rules Committee report, and considering a resolution as recommended by the committee, hearing the Platform Committee report, and considering our national platform as recommended by the Platform Committee, and holding a confirmatory and ceremonial vote for our vice presidential nominee. Tuesday includes a ceremonial roll call for the presidential nominee.
I'll be back tomorrow too, live all week.
Ceremonial nominating speeches
through Thursday.
For our vice presidential nominee, and Governor Walz will make his acceptance speech. And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech for our presidential nominee, and Vice President Harris will make her acceptance speech. So now, delegates, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the up-to-date agenda. Is there a second?
Not today. Not today.
All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please say aye.
They also
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
The ayes have it. Kamala is official. Running for the Democrat Party. People are crying seeing him. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because he's done. Yeah, they're crying because he's done so much. He's given his whole life for people.
And James Roosevelt Jr.
Hey, 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 hey.
Greetings, my friends. It is an honor to have served as co-chair along my friend, Jim Roosevelt. Pursuant to the call, the Credentials Committee met and adopted a resolution to credential the delegates and alternates to the 2024 National Convention. I am pleased to report that there were no credentials issues to be decided by the committee.
All right.
Their work allowed us to nominate two champions for democracy and freedom, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
Our delegate selection process is designed to ensure every voice is heard and every vision is heard, and our delegates accurately represent their electorates. Diversity is our party's strength, and I'm so proud to see the wonderful representation of our party and democracy here today. I am pleased to share that the Credentials Committee report was adopted and all delegates have been fully credentialed. In memory of Marvin Turner, we are going to have a great convention and we are going to win. Thank you.
Please welcome Rules Committee Co-Chair, Bishop Leah Daughtry.
Right? Cultural diversity.
Hello, Democrats. It was my honor to serve as co-chair
It's on
of the
charger.
Convention Rules Committee
Because I've been live
alongside
earlier,
my friend,
so the battery's
Governor
down.
Tim Walz. Governor Walz is a little occupied this evening, but it's good to know that serving as co-chair of the Rules Committee is a ladder for promotion. The Rules Committee adopted the procedural rules of the convention on July 24th. They are based on long-standing processes governing our convention and ensured that we met all ballot access deadlines. The rules established the virtual nominating process for the party's nominees and set the stage for in-person votes at the convention to adopt our platform and resolutions recommended by the Rules Committee, as well as to cast celebratory votes on our nominees and hear their acceptance speeches. Under the Rules Committee authority, the Rules Committee is recommending for your approval one resolution contained in the committee's report. The resolution supports the current practice regarding automatic delegates, as well as other reforms to make our party stronger. The co-chairs are pleased to move the adoption of this resolution on behalf of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Bishop Daughtry. The Rules Committee has moved the approval of the resolution. Is there a second? We have a second. I will now call for a voice vote on approving the resolution as recommended
These
by
are
the
delegates
Rules Committee.
going through the
All those in favor of
process of
committee's
voting for
recommendation to
to
approve
make
the unity
voting to make
resolution,
it
say
official.
aye. All opposed say nay. I'm pleased to report for the record that with the majority of delegates having voted in the affirmative, the resolution has been approved.
Yay!
My thanks to our Rules Committee co-chairs and members for your efforts to build a transparent and inclusive party. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please welcome Platform Committee co-chairs, Mayor Mitch Landrieu and Mayor Regina Romero.
Oh, good. Wasn't he out of Louisiana, Mitch Landrieu? Yeah.
Hello, delegates. It is my pleasure to join Co-Chair Romero to present the national platform as recommended for approval by the committee. Our platform is grounded in our democratic values of hope, of progress, and love of our country. It makes a strong statement about the historic work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have accomplished hand in hand. And it presents a bold vision for our future. Kamala Harris will protect reproductive freedoms. Donald Trump will rip them away. Kamala Harris will lower costs for Americans, expand access to affordable health care, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump will cut taxes for billionaires and big corporations, and he will pay for it by putting health care and Social Security on the chopping block. Kamala Harris is going to defend our democracy. Donald Trump is going to undermine it. The choice before us is clear, and the stakes could not be higher.
Mr. R says, I'm ready to snatch that plate of yummies through the screen.
Mayor Landrieu, it was a pleasure to serve as your co-chair. I also want to recognize Louisa Terrell and the drafting subcommittee for their work. This platform was passed by the Platform Committee on July 16, prior to the president passing the torch in an act of love and patriotism. And it's the product of a comprehensive process to engage with leaders from all corners of our winning coalition. Hundreds of submissions, hours upon hours of hearing,
and testimonies, countless conversations with community leaders and grassroots Democrats. All were essential to producing a forward-looking vision for our party that echoes the voices of all. Vice President Harris is now carrying the torch. And she and Governor Walz are committed to delivering results for the American people. Then you have Donald Trump. His extreme agenda is working against everyday Americans. He is fighting for big oil.
Sugar
Daddy,
Sugar Daddy says he needs that sweet potato.
But most
It's
of all,
really good, y'all.
most
It's
of all,
really
my
good.
fellow Democrats, he is fighting for himself. This November, we need to keep Democrats in office and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz so we can implement an agenda that works for everyone.
Everyone.
Cuando luchamos, ganamos. And with that, on behalf of the Platform Committee, we are pleased to move the adoption of the 2024 Democratic National Platform.
Thank you. The co-chairs have moved the approval of the national platform. Is there a second? We have a second. I will now call for a voice vote to approve the platform as recommended by the Platform Committee. All those in favor of approving the platform, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Co-chairs, I am pleased to report for the record that with the majority of the delegates having voted in the affirmative, the platform has been adopted. Once again, thank you to our Platform Committee co-chairs and members, as well as the Platform Drafting Committee and its chair, Louisa Terrell.
USA. This is America. This represents America.
When Kamala Harris set out to find her vice president, just 1 month ago, she was looking for someone who believes in our democracy, who works hard for the American people, and has an endless supply of hope for our future.
You know, Watts removed George Floyd's case.
In Vice President Tim Walz.
Derek Chauvin.
Come on, give it up for Vice. Give it up.
To another prosecutor. Watts did that.
On August 6th, the Democratic Party officially nominated Governor Walz as our vice presidential candidate. While Governor Walz's nomination has already been certified, we couldn't miss the opportunities to celebrate
I can surely feel the energy right from the screen.
Integrity, commitment, decency, and service to our nation. The chair will entertain a motion to ceremonially confirm Governor Walz's selection as the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee. We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice presidential nominee. All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as our Democratic nominee for vice president.
Wow. This is America.
Yes, USA. Pursuant to our convention rules, Governor Walz has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which he will deliver on Wednesday, August 21st. Thank you, my friends. Delegates, please welcome to the stage co-chair Peggy Flanagan to resume chairing our convention.
Chairing the convention. We're doing all the swearing in and getting all the votes, making this official.
Thank you. Well, good evening, and welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago with Democrats from across the country to rally around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and their vision for America. It's been 8 years since we last came together as a party, and I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with
Tony
energy.
says she could feel the energy,
joy.
Andre.
Our theme tonight is for the people. We'll hear from union leaders, civil rights advocates, and our fellow citizens. And we'll hear from our president, Joe Biden, who has been a champion for the people for his entire life.
Biden beat Trump.
My name in the Ojibwe language is Iji Wewadam Ukwe, or in English, speaks with a clear and loud voice, woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan.
Whoa.
And the role of our clan is to ensure that we never leave anyone behind. That's
Native
why
American
I'm supporting
tribes.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States. For almost 6 years, I've worked side by side with Governor Walz. I've seen how hard he's worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up. He does it all with a big heart, a buffalo plaid jacket, and a bottomless bag of snacks. Nutter butters, cheese curds, and Diet Dew. Every time
we gotta talk about the food,
he brings
right?
something for me. Because he's always got my back. And when he's vice president, he will always have yours. He and Kamala Harris have spent their lives fighting for you, for your family, for your future. So whether you're a lifelong Democrat or just tuning in, thank you for being part of this evening. 4 years ago, the COVID pandemic upended our lives. My brother Ron was the second person to die of COVID in the state of Tennessee. We couldn't see him. We couldn't have a memorial. And millions of American families went through the same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling.
Mike Aldana, what's up? What's up?
Our country was brought to the brink by his failure to respond.
Come on, baby,
But the
get on
Biden-Harris
it.
administration
We party here.
in with quick
We're all
and
about the
decisive
party
action.
and the food and the football
They
and the
contained
good
the virus,
politics.
created millions of jobs, and
We all love the
invested in our
babies
nation's
and the
future.
cats and the dogs.
Under their leadership, America began to heal.
Are there words about a pandemic at this point? No, we're not at all. We have it totally under control. We think we have it very well under control. We pretty much shut it down. A lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat. We're in very
With
good
the
shape
heat.
because of all we've done. The risk to
COVID
the
gonna go away with the
It's
heat.
very low. View this the same as the flu. It's going to disappear one day. It's
We
like
lost
a
some
miracle.
family
It will
members to
disappear.
COVID.
We all together have done a very good job. We think the death will be at a very low number. I see the disinfectant. Is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning.
I'm taking it. Hydroxychloroquine.
When?
Right now, yeah. You can test too much. You do know that.
Oh my
Who says
God.
that? Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manual?
Read the books.
manual?
I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. It is what it is.
Help is on the way, and it is long overdue.
The $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill to get stimulus aid directly to struggling Americans.
Our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all. Tonight, the U.S. is nearing a major
He goes,
milestone in
Michael
the fight
Danner
against
said,
the coronavirus.
it's little
The U.S.
hands.
is about to deliver the 200th million COVID shots since President Biden took office, beating his target by about a week.
Millions of American students returned to school earlier this month after more than a year of remote learning. Sports
Monkeypox just
venues are
came to
filling up
California.
and concerts are getting scheduled.
I'm feeling great. Business is definitely ramped up.
I'm so thankful.
To be able to serve our customers again after all this, it's a blessing.
Monkeypox is very serious, everybody.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Lauren Underwood.
Lauren Underwood, representative of Illinois.
COVID was the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got it under control. Donald Trump said, "It is what it is." Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, "Help is on the way." Democrats in Congress tried to lower the cost of health care. Donald Trump tried to take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut them year after year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him be our president again. As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making healthcare more affordable.
She's a registered nurse.
As someone with a pre-existing condition, I am determined to protect the people who are most at risk. And as the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress,
Wow.
I am painfully aware that Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID. I wrote the Momnibus to protect those women and to address the maternal health crisis. And that bill was introduced and championed by Senator Kamala Harris.
Hi, Eric Wallace. Much love to you
Because she protects
too.
the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As vice president, she and President Biden passed my legislation to make healthcare more affordable. And now 4 out of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per month.
Affordable Care Act is Obamacare.
And under the Biden-Harris administration, the number of uninsured Americans hit an all-time low. 4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We have come so far these past 4 years, and we're not going back.
We're not going back.
Thank you.
We're not going back.
My name is Rich Logis. I live in Florida, and until 2 years ago, I was a full-fledged member of MAGA.
Oh,
I
she wants
believe
you to
Trump.
get. She want to get.
I was a MAGA
Oh,
pundit.
here we go. Here we
I
go.
had my own podcast. I was in a state of panic, terrified that Democrats were destroying our country. When the pandemic hit, we needed leadership, but we were given almost nothing. It was a major betrayal to the country. So I finally stepped outside the MAGA echo chamber. I stopped listening to what Trump said and looked around with my own eyes. And I realized he had been lying about pretty much everything. Lying is Trump's toxic superpower. He's ripped apart families, communities, our whole country. So this is my message to all the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me who voted for and believed in Trump. I made a grave mistake, but it's never too late to change your mind. You don't need to agree with everything you hear tonight to do what is right. We need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome California Representative Robert Garcia.
Representative Robert Garcia of California.
Thank you. We all remember. We all remember the world in 2020.
Sup, our Seahawk brother. That's what Mike Aldana says. Evening and all much love.
Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California. And my mom was a healthcare worker. Like many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic consumed our lives. As mayor, I fought for more hospital beds, for more tests, and to make masks more accessible. What we needed at that moment was national leadership. But instead, we got Donald Trump. While schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues, Donald Trump downplayed the virus. He told us to inject bleach into our bodies.
That's true.
He
These are
peddled
facts.
conspiracy theories across the country. We lost hundreds of thousands of Americans and our economy collapsed. Now, that summer of 2020, my mom and my stepfather both died of the COVID pandemic.
Wow.
And I miss them every single day. So when Donald Trump and his MAGA extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene downplay the horror of the pandemic, it should make us all furious. Now, I will never forget when Kamala Harris called me after my parents died. She told me about her own story, about losing her own mother, and that she was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that year, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated. They got the virus under control.
Mike says, I think COVID 2020 was an epidemic waiting to happen, just like the Spanish influenza of the 20th century.
A historic economic package that helped small businesses and created jobs all across the country. Thank you, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, I am a proud immigrant who came to the United States as a young child. We grew up poor. English was our second language, and we often, like many immigrant families, struggled to get by. But my mom, she moved here to the United States because she believed in the American dream. I'll never forget the day that I became a United States citizen. I raised my right hand and I pledged an oath to protect and to love this country. It was the proudest day of my life.
He lost both his parents to COVID.
My mom taught me to love this country. She taught me that real American patriotism is not about
The Tea Lounge. Hello. Hello, the Tea Lounge. Welcome to Rhonda's lovely Sparks. Welcome to the DNC party tonight. DNC convention. They just got all the votes to make Kamala Harris and Tim Walz official.
And knows this as well. Kamala Harris is ready to lead this country.
Well,
we can all remember 2020.
They said they didn't waste no time voting him in.
Remember the horrors of Donald Trump. But let's remember, most importantly, tonight and every single day this week, that we are not going back.
We're not going back. We're not going back.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan from Kamala HQ.
So happy to see the Tea Lounge here. Welcome, my love.
And the lie. We list out 3 things Donald
Subscribe
Trump has
to the Tea Lounge also, everybody.
Them is true, which they're not. Let's play. First
Culture,
up,
Style, and Soul. Subscribe to Ms. Tiara in the chat room and Sugar Daddy One Williams.
And he says he created a manufacturing jobs miracle. Let's dig in. More jobs than we ever had before? Trump lost 3 million jobs. In fact, he's the first president to lose jobs since Herbert Hoover. What about this claim that it was the greatest economy ever and only COVID tanked it? Once again, no. Let's take a look at his track record on jobs before COVID as compared to the Biden-Harris administrations. What do you know? Hardly the most successful ever. Manufacturing miracle. Trump talked a big game, but actually lost 178,000 manufacturing jobs. And just to be clear,
I'm so happy. The Tea Lounge said I was watching by myself, and then I saw you were live, so I came over. Welcome, baby. Welcome. Subscribe. Smash that like too. We love you. We are growing over here. I'm going to subscribe to your channel too, sis. It's so good to see you. Welcome to Tea Lounge.
Donald Trump downplayed COVID while Americans were living in fear. He lied about creating jobs while our communities were fighting to survive.
I'm subscribed.
But the Biden-Harris administration stepped up. They actually took decisive action to create jobs, support small businesses, and rebuild a stronger and more resilient economy. Kamala Harris is a leader we can trust, even in our most challenging moments, especially in those
Peggy
moments.
Flanagan is speaking.
Donald Trump dithers,
She's the lieutenant governor of Minnesota.
Donald Trump abandons vulnerable
She is a
people.
Native American.
Kamala Harris protects them. Donald Trump bullies scientists. Kamala Harris believes them. Our next 2 speakers will tell us why that's so important. Please welcome Brian Wallach and Sandra Abravaya.
In
2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign. We found our way there because we believe in the power of organizing. Then we found each other.
Yes, you all can see this. This is beautiful.
The day we brought our second daughter home from the hospital, Brian was diagnosed with ALS.
Yeah, yes, ALS.
I was told I had 6 months to live. That was 7 years ago.
Wow.
We could not change Brian's diagnosis, but we knew how to organize. So we co-founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS, and thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law.
Welcome, everyone. Appreciate you being here for the
We will
watch party
also keep fighting
of the Democrat
alongside
National
patients
Convention.
living with Parkinson's, young onset dementia, and Alzheimer's. We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that is what we need right now to elect Kamala Harris. She's the daughter of a breast cancer researcher. She knows the promise of science and that patients need to be able to get the care they need wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors. And we can make life better for our
Mike
caregivers
Aldana.
too.
Mike Aldana says, ALS is Lou Gehrig's disease.
Brian and I are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively. And that includes the power of our vote. This November, we are voting for our future. Because we plan to be around for it.
Please welcome Illinois Senator Dick Durbin.
Hello, Dick Durbin.
I've known Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press secretary. You will not find a more courageous couple. Let's give Brian and Sandra another
Kitty
round of
time.
applause.
There she is. That's Snoopy.
In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there's no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too.
Right,
Want a
that's
pay
what Trump will
raise?
say.
Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this. Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started.
Wow.
Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million. Today, more roads are getting fixed, more factories are being built, more Americans are working construction, and more auto workers are making cars than on any month when Trump was president. And we know behind every job is a person or community forever
Right,
changed.
United States Senator Dick
Data
Durbin,
centers
thank
in
you.
Wisconsin,
Thank you, Mike.
semiconductors in Pennsylvania.
Well, welcome. The
vehicles in
Tea
Michigan.
Lounge is here. So happy. Shout out to Mike Aldana, Eric Wallace, Sugar Daddy One
These
Williams.
investments mean
We
strong
have Miss
economy,
Tiara
growing public
Lola.
schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These
BV,
investments mean hope.
Blue Velvet.
That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for.
Hubby said he's like Blue
They'll fight for the
Velvet.
places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities.
I
Fight
will
to bring
start
back
my
American
movies
manufacturing.
again after the
My friend,
preseason next Saturday.
Ed Smith,
So it'll be
a
not
giant
this
of the
week. We're
Illinois
covering, I'm
laborers,
covering DNC all this week.
we lost him this year.
And
But Ed Smith
next
told us,
Tuesday, the movie
"There's
watch
joy
party
in
will
this
start.
battle. When we win, we help people.
Preseason means American football NFL preseason game on Saturday. This coming Saturday. We'll start the movies back up next week.
My family story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad. And because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together.
These Democrats you see are icons of the Democrat Party. They're old heads, loyal, been around fighting for us as long as they've been alive. Remember that name.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects.
Unions have endorsed Kamala Harris
Our local
for
union
president.
is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. And not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Please welcome Ohio Representative Joyce Beatty.
Gotta be you.
I'm Joyce
somebody
Beatty,
new.
and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley.
Whoa!
Cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. JD has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing.
Wrote a book.
He's been busy writing the foreword.
It wasn't even a good book.
From the Project 2025 guy.
Hey, welcome back, Tay Cowboys. Welcome, my love. I know you got off work and want to make sure you made it home safely. So welcome home, family.
Our internet. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet.
Allegedly.
While the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it. And I saw her leadership style up close. A rare combination of brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz.
Sugar, Mike Aldana says, I saw a replay of the 88 Democratic convention with former Texas Governor Ann Richards. Oh, yeah. We love some Ann Richards. She's a staple here in Texas.
Speaks louder than words. Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris?
Tay Cowboy says, thank you, Rhonda, darling. Thank you. You're welcome.
Politics once and for all? Well, the air of joy.
Sugar Daddy says, I had a little action on Saturday. Y'all are stuck with me this week. Okay.
And now
y'all, we just need to give Sugar Daddy some energy to get better fast. Mike Aldana says, blue all the way. Straight ticket. Vote blue. Hey, Cowboys, is it me or stream is buffering? Well, I hope it's not buffering. Let me check my live and see what's going on. Let me see. Okay, Sugar Daddy says refresh. Okay.
And AFL-CIO President Liz.
Y'all let me know if there's something wrong on my end. Everybody looking good on stage. What we saying? Have a good night, T-Lounge. Oh, T-Lounge says, thanks to everyone who subscribed to my channel. Don't be strangers. I have to head out. Good night. Sweet dreams when you go to sleep tonight. I always say sweet dreams. You go log off at night. Welcome. Thank you so much for Teen Lounge. Appreciate your subscription. Appreciate you keeping your head in. We'll see you later and blessings. Miss TR says, thank you. No, that's Teen Lounge. It's new. See, I have 909,000 reach on the blog video, everybody. 47,000 views. Thank you.
I'm Lee Saunders, president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. 4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Ain't no party like a Rhonda party, because a Rhonda party don't stop.
Pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom.
Okay, thank you.
People, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
That's right. Yeah, with prayers for Sugar Daddy. We pray for speedy recovery. He fractured his foot, his toe.
Representing 2 million service and care workers.
Huh?
We are all in for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line.
Looks like these are labor leaders: Lee Saunders, April Verrett, Brent Booker, Kenneth Cooper, Claude Cummings, and Elizabeth Schuler. These are labor leaders that are speaking now.
Workers in the 21st century. And an
We have upcoming Hillary Clinton, James Clyburn, Raphael Warnock, Bill. Well, let's see. Jill Biden. Got a lot of more speakers to go, looking good. And Jasmine Crockett. Yeah. Oh, we got Wolf Full, baby. We got full of stars. We got full of stars.
And we are going to end poverty, wage,
So that was Nippy.
For once and for all.
Mike Aldana, that was Nippy. And Sugar Daddy says more gaming for me, though a week off of work with pay. I'm happy about that, Sugar Daddy. It's your time.
And together we will win
right?
the future.
It's your time, baby. Make that money, honey. You deserve it, because people like us, we never use our sick leave.
I'm Brent Booker.
So hubby said if you're trying to get workers' comp, you have to stay out 8 working days. So you can make sure you get paid. I'm not saying screw the company over. We're not saying that people sitting in the cut. I'm saying this workers' comp, when someone hurts themselves, it is something that is voted in to help the working people.
Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges.
Hubby is a working advocate. He's also a union member. He's a workers' comp advocate. And he's sitting in the cut talking, and I'm interpreting what he's saying. And a union steward. That's what he told me to tell y'all.
With dignity.
United States Senator / Reverend Warnock's in the House. So what? Miss TR says fall is coming very soon. It's nighttime and dark outside. Yeah, they are all ahead of us. Sugar Daddy said I did get hurt. Oh, he did get hurt at work. but have a big bank, PTO and sick leave.
IBW members, the
Yeah, he knows.
International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers,
We got it.
the IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants, storm restoration to power lines. And we've been doing it for over 130 years. Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there.
You have no idea. I can't even
She's
stand
bringing
that.
back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plan.
The labor leaders are speaking.
She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She has came through for all of us, and it's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
I'm going to the powder room. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Claude Cummings Jr., President of CWA, the Communication Workers of America. We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic. Millions of American families didn't have access to high-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass the largest investment in broadband ever. She gave CWA members a seat at the table so we could work to connect every household to the internet while creating good union jobs. Listen, we don't play at CWA.
Uh-oh.
Are you fired up tonight? Are you fired up? Are you fired up? We're fired up to work with our next president, Kamala Harris.
I'll be right back.
Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO. Representing nearly 13 million American workers. This election is about two economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A CEO's dream, but a worker's nightmare. Or an opportunity economy, where we lower the costs of groceries, prescriptions, and housing. Where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers. Where there's no such thing as a man's job or a woman's job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job. Just a good union job. That's the future our President Joe Biden has fought for. And that's the future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
Please welcome Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass.
Hello, Democrats! Hello, Democrats! Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure
she's an icon.
that
These are icons
youth
of the Democrat
cut
Party.
off and left on their
Don't
own
sleep on it.
the day they turn 18.
Don't sleep on it. These are great people.
As Attorney
Remember
General,
their name.
Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead.
I'm back. Thanks for your patience.
Now, I know Kamala.
Tate Cowboy says, I got pissed with him when he wouldn't shut down the airports and borders when COVID first began. I'm right there with you. Me too.
Feel her passion. You can feel her heart and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children. Being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
Thank you, baby. Sorry, I had this here.
Please welcome Grammy-nominated country music star, Mickey Guyton.
Mickey Guyton. Okay, country music star. Country music star, Mickey Guyton. Uh-oh. They won't copyright me. I'll just have to block it out.
We're a Friday night football game. The lighters at a rock show. With the night shift, smoke break, high school, heartbreak, driving with the windows down. With the dance floors, church pews, suit ties, tattoos, one big small town. Ain't we all? Ain't we all? Ain't we all? And the jukebox final. How y'all doing? The New York City lights and a hotel Bible. Hand-me-down, Taylor Lane, Daisy Duke, Dookie Brady, James Brown, James Dean. We're cold beer, champagne, millionaires, fast change, everything in between. Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? We got the same story, the same joy. Just wanna live that good life. Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? Are you proud to be an American?
We're proud to be an American. This is good politics. This is good politics. That's America. She sounds great. She sings country. I'm Rhonda, and I'm from Texas. We're gonna knock out and debunk all those lies and debunk all those disinformation, y'all.
Do your research.
Do your research, hubby says.
Because they're going to be lying, and they're pulling on all desperate measures to misinform.
As we look ahead to our collective future, it's important to reflect on all the incredible progress that we've made in the last 4 years. The Biden-Harris administration laid the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient nation. They invested in critical infrastructure, delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan, not just for the next 4 or 8 years, but for generations to come. Now, let's hear from some of my fellow state executives about how Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are investing in the long-term future for our nation.
Okay, go. I'm Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis.
Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is speaking.
I'm a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every day, my dad would come home and tell me about how our roads and bridges.
My husband's a retired bus driver.
President Trump promised us Infrastructure Week over and over again. He really didn't care, though, and it never happened. But President Biden and Vice President Harris are on our side. They brought together Democrats and Republicans to get it done. We got I-95 in Philly fixed in less than 2 weeks. We repaired the
This
Fern
party.
Hollow Bridge in Pittsburgh in record time.
It's just beginning.
Right now,
hang out.
We're repairing
We got bigger. We have great speakers already, but it only gets better.
Pittsburgh, the city of bridges. And Vice President Harris is looking forward. She's committed to keeping our infrastructure safe and modern. When I think about the future, I think about my daughter Harper and all of America's children. Investing in them means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean air, clean water, safe roads and bridges, not just for us.
See how
but
the
for
speakers are,
generations to come.
what they're speaking about is a lot different than RNC.
Leaving our children.
This is like what the Democrat Party represents. It's more for the people.
Let's work.
In Wisconsin, we also need leaders by our side. I'm Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. But long before I took office, I was a registered nurse.
Sarah Rodriguez.
At the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. That's why I ran for office and flipped a red district blue.
Whoa.
Because once a nurse, always a nurse.
Right?
Now Trump is promising to terminate the Affordable Care Act.
Oh, the cat is pushing it.
Personal decisions between a woman
Come on,
and
Annie.
her doctor. And threatening to slash Medicare
Wonder whose question
Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors. And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life-saving drugs like Eliquis and Jardiance for Americans on Medicare.
When we fight, we
Kamala will
win,
continue
Michael
to
Donna
take on Big
says.
Pharma and lower the cost of prescriptions for everyone. Of course, healthcare isn't just about drugs and treatment. It's about freedom. The freedom to make your own choices.
This nurse ran for office and won an
To get
election.
the care you need.
Got a problem with
without worrying
politics?
about
Run for
the cost.
election. Just
Kamala
run for
Harris is
office.
fighting for that healthy future.
You're that passionate? Run for office. Get some votes.
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership.
Texas leadership. I'm Rhonda, and I'm from
County
Texas.
Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County.
Wow. That's out Houston area.
Harris County includes Houston. Texas Governor Ann Richards
Yes,
said,
that's
"I've
Nippy.
been tested
That's
by
Nippy. You see
fire,
how she's smaller,
and
got a
the
smaller
fire
head.
lost."
She's got a smaller head. Oh no.
In the years
Get
I've
away,
been in
chocolate
office,
chip.
we've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet, she called me to make sure we had what we needed.
We just got a box.
Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that. And Houston is thriving. We deserve leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has
Don't our people look great? Don't they look great?
Lieutenant Governor of
And they look happy and healthy.
I hold another title just as dear to me, Kamala Harris's friend.
Okay.
I met her when we were both
Kamala
young
Harris's
women
friend is speaking.
trying to navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing. She had just been elected district attorney. We got frequent lunches together. She was funny and fun. She was also a great mentor. Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized because I was a woman. She put her fork down and said, Eleni, never let anybody make you feel small. I saw her put that creed into action.
When Wall Street foreclosed on millions of homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys general agreed. But because Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home, she knew that wasn't enough for all the working families who got screwed over. So she put her foot down and refused to settle for less. Kamala Harris won $20 billion from the big banks for California homeowners.
Wow.
And that's because she cares. She cares so much.
20 billion's a lot of money, California.
See her friend, she calls you on her birthday, and sometimes she sings to you. She called me on mine right when I had decided to run for lieutenant governor.
She sang happy
She asked
birthday.
tough questions. I promised I'd follow her lead and invest in the future. Together, we shattered that glass ceiling, California, and got to work. I am so glad the country is getting to see the Kamala that I've known for decades. For
Coming up is
Californians
also
and Pennsylvanians, for Texans and Wisconsinites, for states red and blue and everything in between. President Biden,
Alexandria
Vice President Harris
Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
our future
Hillary Clinton is coming up. James E. Clyburn's coming up of South Carolina. And Jasmine Crockett of Texas. We got Raphael Warnock, too. The party just started.
Know about Project 2025.
Ain't no party like a Rhonda party, because a Rhonda party don't quit.
Raise taxes on middle-class families. Gut Medicaid.
That's money that funds a lot of medical treatment.
Strip rights from LGBTQ plus people.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Cut overtime pay.
It is going to affect workers' bottom lines.
Give him unchecked power.
And I will wield that power very aggressively.
And it begins his first day back in office.
In an exclusive undercover video, a
Oh.
co-author of Project 2025
Project
saying
2025.
that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
He doesn't want freedom. He only wants control.
I know Donald Trump's tight.
Wow.
These are the stakes.
Project 2025 wants to take our country backward.
This is our fight.
We are not going back.
We're not going back.
Please welcome Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow.
Hello! I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this is
Project 2025. Wake up, people. Wake up.
Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term.
You're not lying, people. Don't let people tell you that.
They
That
went
it's
ahead
nothing. Don't
and
do that.
wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it
Take
out.
a note. Take a note about this Project
Putting it out on the
2025.
for
I went live
everybody
and talked
to read.
about this before.
So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. Its plan to turn Donald Trump into a dictator.
This is not fake. I won't fake the funk with you
Right
all.
here,
I don't lie. I'm
on
just
page
telling you.
535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English.
Get rid of all
Donald
Democrats.
Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda.
Right. I mean, it's in writing. It's in writing.
They're talking
Let me
about
send you the link.
replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. Now, all right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now,
Don't sleep on it.
if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November. We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
There you go, girl. Don't sleep on that.
Please welcome California Senator LaFonza Butler.
Hello, Democrats.
Hello.
California delegates, make some noise.
There's California delegates making some noise.
It's great to see so many familiar faces.
Okay. We can share.
And I can't forget the state that I was born and raised in. Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you. Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for the people when I see one. I met Kamala Harris when she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away. What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Miss Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president. So, no disrespect to Governor Walz, but Nyla put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common. We both graduated from historically Black colleges.
Mike Aldana says Tractor Trailer Supply Company, John Deere, Harley Davidson are scaling back on the DEI initiatives under pressure from new Starbucks CEO and conservative activist Brian. Nicole, serious?
And we both
new
believe
Starbucks
that
CEO,
every
new?
single one of us
Yeah.
has the power to change
Hey,
the
Reese's
world
Cup, what's
when we
up?
choose to
Ain't
do
no
it
party like
together.
a Rhonda party because a Rhonda party don't stop. What's up, Reese's? Welcome, my sister Star. Welcome, my love. Welcome to the Democratic National Convention. We're watching live. I was on live earlier, which also covered the Black Caucus,
She
which
knew a better future. A better future
debunks
was
the
possible
lies
if we stood
that's out
side
there
by side with
and
our
misinformation.
neighbors, and we fought for it. No matter what language
And so
they
it's
spoke,
really
no
good.
matter what
It's kind of,
country they came
didn't do
from,
the whole
no matter
Black
the size
Caucus,
of their
but I
bank
started
account.
off where kind of Jasmine
What she
out of Texas was speaking, and then someone
As a
ahead of her,
prosecutor,
they started
together
that
with
language
law
off. So it was really good. Check out the
she
replay.
prioritized
And
holding
then now
criminals
I
accountable and
transitioned
protecting
right from
public
that live
safety.
into this new live.
As state
Starting at
attorney
5 o'clock,
general,
we are 2
together
hours
with
and
students,
47 minutes
put a
into
scam
Rhonda's Lovely
college
Sparks Live.
out of business.
We are in the second half
After
of watching the
mortgage crisis,
DNC.
together with
Yes,
families
it's going to be all good. It's going to be all good.
She took on the biggest banks in the world.
We're going to have
and
some great
won
speakers.
a
All have been
settlement
great.
5 times
We have
what
coming
was
up
initially offered.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hillary Clinton, James Clyburn, Raphael Warnock, and Biden's wife, and Waltz. And then,
For
let's
her,
see.
it wasn't just a
Let me go
professional
back.
oath. It was a battle cry.
Okay, today,
And let's be clear,
Raphael Warnock, Jill
to her
Biden, and
opponents,
President
this
Biden.
way of seeing
We have
the
a
world,
long
the-
week. I'm
the
going to be
idea
covering this
of
live.
fighting for someone
The speakers
other
are
than yourself
really amazing.
is unthinkable.
If you want to hear
But let me tell you, Democrats,
some things
what's
going
really
on, some
unthinkable.
truths,
Conning young
stay
people
woke here.
simply want a good education.
I'm not running for
is
office. I don't need votes. And I'm not going to lie with having a channel that's about helping people with anxiety either. I'm not, I'm just a person that is about spreading the truth and fighting also against people online and in the news. I'm about debunking the lies. So this is an opportunity for everybody to get to meet the greatest of greats in our Democrat Party. We got a long party to go, so hang out. This party is going to be up until 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and 8 o'clock Pacific. That's when it's going to end. So we got a long party, baby.
Democrats, that president.
Thank
the
y'all for
president
being
that
here.
We deserve. That president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deja Fox, and I'm so excited to be here today from Arizona. That's right. and that's where I was
Arizona's in the
born
house.
And raised
John
by a
McCain
single
State.
mom. I was a free lunch kid, raised in public housing, and I got my health care at Planned Parenthood.
Did you hear that?
Because of policies that lift people up, I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first generation.
Okay, Reese's Cup said I'll
student.
stay as long as I can, getting ready for work. I love you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. And I promise you're not going to get stressed out. It's good politics. I'm going to have positivity. Love you, Reese's Cup.
Reality TV personality who only cares about himself. We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future
Lola's
where
made
any
it home.
dream
Welcome
kid
home,
can walk through
honey.
the gates of their dream college.
No stress, baby.
For young people,
No stress,
this is a fight
Reese's.
for our future. We have a
And if they're
responsibility
stressed,
to do
send me an
this,
email.
and we have a responsibility to
talk
do it
about
right,
it,
and that's
baby.
why we're
We'll
going to
talk
show
about
up
it,
for
okay?
Kamala Harris.
No
and
stressing.
Temple.
Safe place.
And here now, with a musical performance, is Jason Isbell. Thank you.
When I get home from work, I'll call up all my friends and we'll go bust up something beautiful. We'll have to build again. When I get home from work, I'll wrestle off my clothes and leave them right inside the front door.
Did y'all see Mark? Did someone say hi, Mark?
You see the hammer finds the nail and the frame.
I don't see Mark.
Guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do.
This is America.
I'm here where it hurts. Just lucky to have the word.
Speaking of playing a guitar, do a shout out for Chris May. Chris May said that he can tear up a guitar. Who would have known? JoJo Gonzalez also is an artist. She's a musician. Don't sleep on it. Sugar Daddy is a musician. We need to have like a band here because I could sing. And we all can sing. I'm not the only one. Y'all can sing too. Let's put us a band together. Oh, it's okay, Reese's. We love you, Reese's Cup. I'm like craving some chocolate now since Reese's Cup came in here. There's Mike Aldana in the house. A Rhonda party don't stop. Ain't no party like a Rhonda party because a Rhonda party don't stop. Got that chocolate chip right here. That's chocolate chip.
Somebody proud to love a man like me.
Sweet kitty.
Back is numb. My hands are freezing. What I'm working for is something more than free. I don't take off wine here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word. Something more than I choose. I go to church. But I thank God for the word. I thank God for the word.
We're here for sustenance. We're about making things better for us. These are some proposals and policies that are put together to let us know what their jobs are, and that we need them.
To spend his daddy's fortune. She believes in working hard for the American people.
I don't know who's on the guitar.
Strong. America
We
is
have
strong.
a lineup, but the lineup is kind of, like they didn't have the singers on the lineup. So they said they'll have a final one after. So I'll post that in the description once I find that out too.
Please welcome former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo.
Okay. Gina Raimondo. See, she's not even on the lineup, which is awesome. I mean, it's just.
Hello, Chicago. It's a great honor for me to be here this evening.
Okay, Gina Raimondo, Secretary of Commerce.
Rhode Island. I was a little girl growing up there in a middle-class family. My dad found his American dream in a watch factory in Providence.
That's something Michael Donna says.
And that
Tractor Supply, John Deere,
That
and Harley
job gave him
Davidson
a way to provide for our family,
are scaling
a
back on
community for
DEI
him to belong
initiatives
to,
under the pressure
and
of the
so
new
much
Starbucks
pride.
CEO.
But like so many
And Brian
Americans
McCall.
in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all of his friends was shipped overseas. Years later, my dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America.
Michael Donna says
factories
outsourcing
shuttered.
jobs. No.
Communities got hollowed out.
Thumbs
And people
down.
were left without their job, without hope, without the dignity that comes with a decent job.
Mike Aldana, were you able to go home and get some rest today? Because I know you had to go in for overtime last night.
Policy failed Rhode Island. How do I know that? Because when I took office, first Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades, I inherited one of the worst economies in the country. We got to work and we turned it around. We turned it around with a pro-business, pro-worker agenda. Kamala Harris has that same agenda. She knows we need an economy where the costs are low and opportunities abound. An economy where people can show up to their jobs.
Our
with
Democrats
dignity
look happy and
pride.
healthy, don't they? They don't look
She
angry
has
and mad.
a new economic vision for America. You know how she knows that? She knows it because just like me, Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home. Her mom worked to cure breast cancer by day and feed her family at night. And as an adult,
Okay, Mike Aldana says that I'm work, but I'm still able to join you tonight. That's so wonderful. Welcome. Thank you so much, Mike Aldana. And then welcome back, Sugar Daddy. What's up, Sugar Daddy? Sharon, love to Reese's Cup. Thank y'all for being here. Appreciate you. Speedy recovery, Sugar Daddy. Speedy recovery. We have some great speakers that's coming up. More speakers. Oh, yeah. You know, Democrats are very smart how we schedule things. So we have coming up also Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hillary Clinton, James Clyburn. We have our girl, Jasmine Crockett. Don't y'all want to see her?
And that's
She's from
why
Texas.
the vice president is committed to building the
She's gonna let it rip, baby.
An economy
Don't sleep
that
on that.
rewards ambition, an economy that rewards hard work. She
Reese's
believes
Cup
in
said,
an
"Hey, Sugar
America
Daddy,
where
how was your
everyone,
dessert?
regardless of who you are, what you have, where
How was your
you
Sunday
started,
dessert?" Let me correct
you
that.
got a chance to get ahead in this country.
For those of you all here too, I am listening to my girl that's speaking.
We'll give more than
But I want to add that I'm going to be here all week,
a tax cut.
starting at 5 o'clock. I started earlier today because I love what the Black Caucus was saying, so I had to get it in. And then every day this week, which is up to Thursday, we're going to watch have watch parties on the preseason 3 NFL games, and also movies will start back up. Movie watch parties, cartoons will start back up next week. Okay, so we're going to get it all in. That's what the watch parties is about. That's my dream. It's what I planned when I built this channel. This is what I plan to grow into, and I'm on schedule right before Christmas. As a matter of fact, I'm 3 months earlier. So we're all in this together. Thank you for your love and support.
Double down on his worst economic
Reese's
ideas.
Cup says, "I'm hilarious."
The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas.
Ain't no party like a Roundup party, because a Roundup party don't stop.
We know they don't work.
The safe place, I guarantee you. 3 hours into Rhonda's lovely spots.
He wants another huge tax
I want
cut
to
for the
remind
wealthy.
people, thank you for this 47,000 views on the movie The Blob, the double feature movie. And I have an outreach of 909,000 times YouTube is helping spread my message, my YouTube channel. So thank you all for your support.
But here's the thing.
47,000, thank you so much.
The most important thing, Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you. And Donald Trump is in it for himself. As our president, Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone, and she means everyone, can find and live their American dream. So let's put her in the Oval Office. Thank you.
I am a lifelong Republican, a former Trump voter, and I will not be voting for Trump in 2024.
My name is Norma. I'm from Carson, Washington, and I am a two-time Trump voter. I will not be voting for Trump this time around.
I'm actually
Not voting for Trump. They're not voting for Trump.
In 2016. Donald Trump has nothing but contempt for the American people. And ironically, for those who claim to be his base, he's only interested in benefiting himself personally.
Everything he said he would do, he did not do. I do not trust that he can do the right thing anymore.
We've seen what Donald Trump really is, and it disgusts me to my core.
I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a very dishonest person. I hate the way he disrespects women.
Voting against Trump and for Kamala Harris is the right thing to do.
Freedom.
Please welcome New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Hello, Democrats.
Hello, baby.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Friends, like so many of us, My grandparents came from Ireland.
She
as
took the
teenagers
place. She took the place
with
of that
nothing
other
but
governor.
hope in their hearts and fire in their bellies. They built their lives in the promised land of Buffalo, New York. A union card meant good work at the steel plant. The steel
Andrew
plant that lifted my
Cuomo,
parents from living in a
succeeding
trailer
Andrew Cuomo, who resigned
class.
amid allegations of
Like other
sexual
families in
harassment.
my blue-collar
Kathy
community,
Hochul took
they
over,
believed
and she became the governor
that
of
with
New
hard
York on
work,
August
they could
2021.
build a better future for themselves.
Mike Aldana says, yay!
Determination, compassion. Kamala Donald Trump was born a New Yorker.
That's Tim Waltz right there.
But ended up a fraud, a
Philanderer.
philanderer, and a felon. He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know. He never had to worry about. He never had to worry about anything or anyone but himself. Trust me, America. If you think you're tired of Donald Trump, talk to a New Yorker. We've had to deal
That's
with
the
him
New York delegates
for
right there.
78 long years. The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady charities. We've seen him stiff contractors, rip off workers. He abuses women, brags about it, and then takes away their
I mean,
rights.
how many times? How many
And
things?
New Yorkers
that
are sick of it.
we gotta like the
It's
message.
no wonder he had to flee
We
to
gotta get the
Mar-a-Lago.
message out. And how many times we gotta keep saying it? You
Sorry
see,
about that.
some people just need to keep hearing it.
Trump
Why
hasn't spent much time in New York lately.
Kamala has that money. She needs that
Except
money
that is to get
to help her
convicted
put programs
of
together.
34
Kamala
felonies.
needs the money to help people
And
in
that's
different
just
states
fine
to
with
win
us.
elections. The money
Because
that
New
Kamala
York's
has
motto
raised. Let me give
is
y'all some
Excelsior,
facts right here.
ever upward. And Trump takes us ever downward. Because here's what Trump never understood. America isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold by the privileged and powerful few. America, we just
And Kamala's
can't afford
total
another 4
in
years
her
of that.
campaign,
We have
she
kids
has
to feed,
raised
roads to build,
more
jobs
than
to create,
$100 million
real problems
since
to
Biden's
solve.
announcement.
And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back
Kamala Harris
manufacturing jobs.
also, I'm not
But
through
you
yet.
know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And
So
look
we're talking
no
about
further than the city of Syracuse.
over
where a company called
$126,000 now
building
raised
a $100
by
billion
Kamala Harris.
microchip
The more
factory
money that
with
Kamala
union
Harris
labor.
raises gets to also be distributed
It's the largest
to more
private
of our
investment
Democrats
in American
who are running
history.
for office to help
And it's
them,
going to create
to help provide
50,000
climate-controlled
good-paying
areas
jobs.
for people to go attend these rallies,
The Biden
not in the
Harris
heat and standing
administration
up, but
has
air-conditioned
made the most
areas, nice
significant
chairs,
investments
bathrooms
in
to
our economy
accommodate
in
people who are going to
generations.
vote for Kamala.
as
How nice is
president,
that? Don't want people
Kamala
passing
Harris will
all out.
continue to build
Like,
an
you know, at Trump's
opportunity
rallies,
economy for all.
He wants them to be out in sun,
My
dying,
friends,
no water,
history's watching us.
porta potties.
Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States. Thank you.
We fight. We win. We fight. We win. Beyonce. Beyonce. She's from Texas.
What kind of America do we want? One where we're divided, angry, depressed. Come on, we're Americans. Fascism, we conquered it. The moon, landed on it. The future, building it. Freedom, nobody loves it more. And we fight for it. Freedom from control. Freedom from extremism and fear.
Extremists want to take us back.
Freedom.
But we are not going back.
That's right.
That's American. And we need a leader who is for the people.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Kamala Harris, protecting people from predators and big drug cartels, holding Wall Street banks accountable.
A crime perpetrated against our middle class.
Standing up to dictators and fighting for all of us.
I say we fight. Are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in the promise of America?
Oh, yeah.
And are we ready to fight for it?
Freedom. Freedom.
And when we
Freedom.
fight, we win.
Have a former prosecutor. And this hits home. Hey, welcome back, Daydream, 1990s. Welcome back, sweetheart. I'm going to be covering this to the very end. The DNC convention will be over at 10 o'clock. We're a standing ovation for Kamala. We are getting everybody registered to vote. I love you so much. Shout out to Daydream. I love you so much too, baby. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah. Daydreams in the house.
Good evening.
Stand up. Stand up.
It is so good to be with everyone.
I didn't expect Kamala tonight.
In this hall and everyone
Yes.
at home. This is
I thought that
going
was
to
a
be
commercial.
great week.
I thought that was a promotion. She's really there.
And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic
Yeah, I think she's going to bring Joe in, Jill Biden.
Our nation, and for
She's
all
going to bring
you
her
will
husband in.
continue to do. We are forever grateful
Kamala's
to you.
here. Welcome, everybody, to Rhonda's lovely spot. We're covering the Democrat National Convention, which will be all week.
Thank you, Joe.
All week, I'll be
And
live.
looking out,
Debunking
looking out at
misinformation,
everyone
debunking
tonight,
lies.
I see the
We're going to get the truth out there.
beauty
Can you use some
of
ice cream when you
our
come back?
nation.
And a
People
big
from
glass of ice
every
with water.
corner of our country and every walk of
husband,
life
he's a
are
wonderful
here,
man. Okay, I'll be
united by
right back.
our
I clean
shared
my
vision
powder
for
my
the
nose.
future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
I'm back.
with optimism, hope,
I'm
and
back.
faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear,
Pre-game
and let us always
festivities before the
remember
main event.
when we
Amen,
fight,
Mike
we
Aldana.
win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Thank you,
Good night,
Kamala.
everyone.
Wow. She wasn't on schedule. It's great for them to surprise us. I didn't see her on schedule, so that's real cool. Cool to see her tonight. Let me know if the sound still sounds good. Tay Cowboys, she says, Rhonda, I love your channel. Thank you, Tay Cowboys. And I love you.
Please welcome.
Oh, that
actor
makes me
and
feel so
director,
good. She says she
Tony
loves my
Goldwyn.
channel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Chicago.
I love the balloon.
And hello to everyone tuning in from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act?
Is it Sean Fane? United Automobile
I'm
Workers?
just saying.
I missed it.
Now, as our vice president just said, over the next 4 days,
We
we
got
will
some
be
good-looking
bringing
people
folks
on the
together from all
Democrat
around the
Party.
country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life from a righteous fight. And
We sure do.
we are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates,
We got
but between
happy
two
people.
very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans
Happy
about what is
people
truly
in
at
the
stake
air.
in this campaign. The future of our middle
Reese's
class,
peanut
the
butter
future of
cups.
reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our
Ain't
freedom.
no party like a Ron
future
Dub party, because a
of
Ron
our
Dub
very
party don't
democracy.
stop.
We
It
will see
don't
the
stop.
vision
We
of
don't
our nominee.
stop.
It is a
Because
vision
I'll
of
be back.
stability,
I'm back.
security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our
For y'all
communities
sitting up in the cut, press that.
fundamental
Smash that
civil
like,
rights.
everybody.
It
Smash
is the
that like.
future
We're
where,
having a watch party.
instead
That's
of
right.
scoffing at
Thank y'all for
allies and
being
fawning
here.
over dictators,
See y'all sit in the
our
cut. Thank you
president
for your
stands up
support.
for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together.
Here we
We'll learn the
go.
story of a leader who has dedicated her life
Here we
to
go.
doing the work
That's right.
of making good
That's
on
right,
the promise
baby.
of America.
That's right, Tay
A
Cowboy.
leader who understands the middle class because she grew up in the middle class. A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career.
Thank y'all so
and
much for your
fought the
support. I
rights
love
and
you.
freedoms
I love you.
of
I
all
love
of
you.
us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself, the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Because she has a message for us. It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited.
Right.
A message of public service, not self-service. A message of optimism and opportunity, not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because Americans are not a cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether
Thank you,
we
my
realize
love.
it right now or not, we are currently
get me some
already
water.
writing a new chapter of the American story.
Got me some water.
And we can dream as big as we want. So
Rhonda's
I
one
just
of
want to
my
ask you, are you
teachers.
excited?
Whoa.
Yeah?
Ah,
Well,
you
good.
got the apple. He got the brain. Thank you so much, Sugar Daddy.
You to make this the
Because
moment
Rhonda's
you get
one
off
of
the
my
sidelines
teachers.
and into the game.
You all, I follow your lead too.
The 30
I learned from you
330
too. Thank you
and
so
get
much.
involved. Because
I
when we
appreciate
fight,
you.
what happens? We win, and we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Please welcome 9-time NBA champion and coach of the 2024 Olympic gold-winning men's basketball team, Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr, the coach for the America's Olympic basketball team.
Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days. And I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago,
Sugar Daddy said he had a
players on
great
earth,
interview
12
after
incredible American men
we won
came
about
together
being
to win
an
Olympic
American.
gold.
That's wonderful. Sugar Daddy, thanks for sharing that.
And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about.
Women won the
than
gold?
way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces
Nostalgia
to wear red, white,
90s,
blue.
hello.
And when we won, the American
Sugar
flag
Daddy
raised
said
to the
yeah.
rafters, the national anthem playing.
Thank you for sharing. I didn't
next to
know.
our players
Welcome, Nostalgia
were held
90s.
over their
Shout out
hearts.
to Daydream
It was the
1990s.
proudest moment of my life.
Nostalgia Lista 90s. Sugar Daddy, Tate Cowboys, BV, Lola, Michael, Donna, Eric Wallace. Lady Neighbor said she'll be back.
I like a kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak.
Sugar
But I
Daddy
also
said,
knew as soon as I was
Sugar
asked
Daddy
that it was
said
too important
the
as an
women won by
American
1
citizen
point.
not to speak
My
up
mic is
in
right
an
here.
election of this magnitude.
Nostalgia Lista 90 says, what are you eating? It looks good. It is a
The reason I
Bluebell
said yes to
frozen
speaking here
snack.
tonight is
It's
that
like a
as a
Nestle's
coach,
Crunch, but it's made by
and former
Bluebell.
player, as a husband,
Don't they look good?
a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe
Right,
in
you
a
got
certain
coach out
kind
there.
of leadership. I believe that leaders must display
Now all
dignity.
they need. Najalista said,
I
absolutely.
believe that leaders must tell the truth.
It does like a Klondike
I
bar,
believe
don't it?
that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love
Now
the
all
people
they
they are
need is
leading.
Jerry Jones. That's what
I
Tate
believe
Cowboys.
leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness
Andre
that
said
none
he's
of
a
us has
Trump
all the
supporter.
answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee,
Sugar Daddy said,
or your
oh,
child's
Lord,
teacher
no.
or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those
Sugar
same
Daddy said, oh,
qualities in your
Lord, no.
president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest.
With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach,
Jerry Jones flipped
that guy's
Democrat.
awesome.
It would definitely change the trajectory.
Although,
And
I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much
will come out
reliance on
ahead.
the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the
Tate
safeties
Cowboy
into a
said-
Tampa 2. That's just
Ted
me.
Cowboy said he'll be talking about
Sorry.
glory hole.
I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen,
Sugar Daddy
the
said,
joy,
I did
the
hear
compassion,
the mayor
commitment
say,
to our
all
country that we
in.
saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team.
What do you say? All 30 million
Not
playing?
as Democrats,
Not as Democrats,
not as Republicans,
not
not
as Republicans,
as
or Libertarians,
but
but as Americans. You see how we talk?
Who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States.
Go ahead, go ahead. The couch for.
And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night.
Whoa! Whoa! Go ahead then, coach. Sugar Daddy's over there laughing.
Let me tell you folks in Ohio and in this area, don't sell your house. Do not sell it. We're going to get those jobs coming back, and we're going to fill up those factories. So it's going to happen.
But Trump lied and abandoned Lordstown.
Put him to sleep.
This is about a community.
It's going to be a big
Put him
change
to
go
sleep.
somewhere else.
The GM factory in Lordstown did close, putting thousands of people out of work because Donald Trump doesn't care about our communities.
All those jobs went away, and he did nothing. He did not
Put
do
him to
one thing
sleep.
for those workers
That's
there.
a
He
racist
didn't come and make
cuss word.
promises. He came and made false promises.
You gotta check out the live on this. It's
Kind of
cool.
lost hope in everything. I don't really want to lose.
But then something changed. Instead of lies and broken promises, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got to work and brought U.S. manufacturing jobs back, including to Lordstown. Kamala will continue to have workers' backs and get the job done. American workers deserve a fighter, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is.
Do we believe in opportunity? Are we ready to fight for it?
When Kamala raises money, it helps people in Texas win elections too. She shares the money she gets. Who's this? Who's this?
All right. All right. Yeah.
He's wearing some kind of t-shirt. What's the t-shirt says? Duck is a what?
Thank you.
What's his shirt say?
Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class.
on behalf of 1 million active
They
and
probably
retired
have a
members of
jacket
the
on just for
UAW,
friendly
I am
purposes.
honored to support Kamala Harris.
Oh, there you
and
go,
Tim
Andre.
Walz
Hey,
to be our
Andre's in
next
the chat
president
room. He's
and
right here.
vice president.
He's right here. Tate Cowboy says sugar daddy, right?
And I
They
want
should
to
bring up
say
Jimmy
thank
Johnson.
you
I see
to
that. I
Joe
see
Biden
you.
for
I
making
see.
history by walking the picket line with the
Oh,
UAW.
he's union. Okay.
For the UAW and for working
Oh, okay,
class
that's
people everywhere.
Sean Fain,
election
president
comes
of the
down to
United
one
Automobile Workers, speaking.
Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance.
Sugar daddy. Hey, Andre.
Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us.
Wow. He said one of us.
She's a fighter for the working class.
Wow.
And Donald Trump is a scam.
Woo! I never thought I'd hear that from no automobile union. Oh, whoa. Sure did. He said scam. Andre says, my father and I were UAW workers, members in the mid-1970s at Ford. We worked at the second largest auto plant in the country at that time.
When Donald Trump was president,
And Andre says, trust me, that was a huge plant.
Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump
That's
did
right. Sugar Daddy
nothing.
says he went there
Trump
and his
told
voice
workers
carries.
in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing.
It says Sugar Daddy at the bottom.
In 2019,
do a hard boot to shut
General
down.
Motor
Not
Workers
reset,
went
shut
on
down.
strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump
Wait for 10
did
seconds.
nothing. Talk is cheap.
Listen to the truth. Listen
But
to
in
the truth, because trust me,
2019,
fact
you know
check
who
is
was on the
checking
picket
everything,
line standing
everybody.
shoulder to shoulder with auto workers?
3 hours and 33 minutes
give
and
you a
17
clue.
seconds
Her
and counting.
initials
I'm
are
your girl,
Kamala
Rhonda.
Harris.
Rhonda's Lovely Sparks. And I'm from Texas.
In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice?
Woo!
Kamala Harris. And that's the difference.
Yes.
Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk.
Union
In the words of the great American
United
poet, Nelly,
Automobile Workers.
it's getting hot in here.
Oh, that shirt! There's the shirt! Trump is a scam! Vote Harris! Look at the shirt! Can y'all see it? Can y'all see it on there? It says Trump is a scam.
In here.
Can y'all see it? It's kind of
It's
bright.
hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired
Said
up and
Trump
fed
is a
up.
scam. Vote Harris is what his shirt says.
The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night,
Okay, y'all can see it now.
blue-collar workers, the UAW
Okay.
members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on.
Take cowboys over there having a fit. The sugar daddy's having a fit.
Sweat and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks.
He's got a shirt that says Trump is a scab.
It causes inflation.
Oh, boy.
It hurts workers. It hurts consumers.
Andre says he's a union man, the UAW, and the Teamsters.
Greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big
I need
Three.
to add that to your bio.
We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here.
He went all the way there. That's what Sugar Daddy says he did. He went all the way there.
Of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike.
Wow. I like to see what the back of his shirt says.
But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear. Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable.
Oh my God, I've always liked union, UAW, but somehow this year, I really like them.
We know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike.
Woo! Debunking the lies. He's debunking their lies.
And Donald Trump the scab.
You're hearing this from these people's mouth, not headlines.
Is pushing divide and conquer tactics.
This is what you do.
Of the rich.
Pay attention to this Democrat National Convention. Pay attention to what comes from out of people's mouth.
They want to take those frustrations. They want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBT.
Andre Green, my hubby, says, hello, everyone. And I'm glad y'all are here in support. We appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for supporting us.
Because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy.
Working class people, we are not going to be divided. Okay?
The rich think we're stupid. But working class Americans see this for what
Trump
it is.
Is a scam.
This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Jim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House. Someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
I've heard of, I was happy to know Biden is the first president that went on strike and marched with the union workers.
New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio.
Alexandria, y'all know our girl, Alexandria. Don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on it. Hello, Sugar Daddy says, great speech. Lola's like laughing. I told you. This is Rhonda's watch party.
For your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris
Yeah, my
and
water.
Tim Walz, for your vision.
The Republicans hate this woman with a passion. Alexandria.
Thank you.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
Can you put me another thing? I think Chadwick.
No, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family.
Andre says AOC in the house.
And we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity.
This is Nippy. Nippy likes ice in her water.
To elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class.
Shout out to Sugar Daddy One Williams, Mike Aldana, my hubby Andre. My daughter was here earlier. Shout out to Lola. Lady Libra said she'll be back. Shout out to Reese's Cup. And then Reese's Cup said fancy. Shout out to Naja Lisa 90s. Shout out to Daydream 1990. Shout out to Eric Wallace was here earlier. Shout out to all of you all. Hey, Cowboys, thank you for your support in watching this watch party, which I'll be having this every day this week. Shout out to Ms. TR. Thank you, everyone.
A better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
Go ahead, girl.
And
That's my girl.
I'm tired of hearing about how a
look her up, y'all.
Union buster thinks
She's
of
a big,
himself
strong
as more of
voice.
a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed and on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only
She's going in. Tate Cowboy says she's going in. She's going in. That's Alexandria.
To love this country is to fight for its people. All people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there.
Lola says Rhonda's having multiple Meg Ryan moments.
You know,
I sure am.
Ever since I
got baby.
Republicans
Y'all know how long I've been waiting for this juice,
saying
right?
that I should go back
Y'all know how long even I've been oppressing some things?
But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
She's a pretty brown-skinned woman. Do that thing, girl. I just love her, love her, love her.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because...
Who said Democrats are not intelligent intellectuals, huh? Who's saying that? Do we look gullible? Do we look like we just need a fried chicken plate and some watermelon?
into making history.
I like fried chicken and watermelon.
November 5th.
But that's not gonna like coerce me to vote
We cannot send
just for
Kamala
anybody.
and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities.
Bring at least one people to the poll.
The presidency on November 5th.
I'm going to bring a neighbor to the poll if they want to come with us.
This nation will not go
If I find out I got a neighbor here that doesn't have transportation to get to the poll. Now, more people here, they have a way to go. They have a way to get to the poll, okay? Thank you, Alexandria. So there's no problem here. They either drive. Andre says, Trump bankrupt his casinos. How do you bankrupt a casino? How stupid you got to be to bankrupt a casino? And hubby says, people come to you and give you all their money. So how do you bankrupt a casino? Go, hubby.
In a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah. In a modest apartment above a nursery school. In a close-knit community where people looked out for one another. With a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
Oh! Who's he introducing, y'all? Is he introducing Hillary?
The neighborhood we grew up in was a very hardworking, middle-class,
Look at Mayor Harris
community.
Is that her sister?
Families going to church on Sunday.
Is that Kamala's sister?
Kids playing in the front yard. Mommy got us these bright blue matching bikes with banana seeds.
So
and
Risa said he likes the stupid so clearly. That's not a Democrat. He said he likes the stupid so clearly. That's not a Democrat. And then Andre says, I worked in Atlanta City for over 20 years.
Nursery. So in the beginning, Mrs. Shelton used to babysit the girls. Shama was a single mom. Life was not easy for them, but she loved her daughters fiercely.
Kamala
herself says that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure that she's not the last. She's always been that kind of person, a true leader, and very protective of her friends and her family.
When Kamala was all of 4 years old,
she's
her best friend in kindergarten, Stacy Johnson, got into something with another kid on the playground.
This one particular day, we had made some clay art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person that she has always been, to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother.
Look, Kamala's mother. Is she beautiful?
And I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda, was being molested by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us. And Mommy said, of course. That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I can say it was her calling.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Please welcome Stacey Johnson Batiste and Doris Johnson.
Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
Stacey Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson.
Hey, Mom.
We are so excited and honored to
There's
be
Nancy
here with
Pelosi.
you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would call into my 1966 Mustang. And Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me. And Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back. And off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies.
That's right. Perfect person to stand up against Trump.
And again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation, she fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Ooh, rest in peace. Wow, this is definitely crying.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton, what's up? Hillary Clinton! Andre and my daughter went to her rally in North Texas. I was working. I had to work. Break them glass ceilings, women. Break those glass ceilings. She looks great. Yep, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going to be the one to break that glass ceiling. A black woman.
Thank you all so much.
Standing ovation.
Thank you.
She looks great. She looks great.
Thank you, my fellow
Democrats. Thank you, my
No.
fellow Americans.
No.
Thank you so much. No. Thank you all.
Standing ovation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening
Right.
in America.
Something's happening.
You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and confidence back to the White House.
They sure did.
And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
Hopefully everybody can hear that okay and can see it okay. If it gets blurry or some issues with the sound, let me know, okay? I want y'all to get quality.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state. To ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated.
I remember Geraldine Ferraro.
If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
There's a lot of history there. That's where you would get it from them, not from hearsay.
And nearly Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams.
Look at her.
And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future.
Right.
Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say,
don't
keep
stop.
Going.
Don't quit.
Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going.
Keep going.
Families building better lives. Parents stretching to afford childcare. Young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going.
Keep going. Don't quit.
So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
Yay! There you go. Let's get them going, y'all. And let's get in a House and a Senate that will work with our president.
The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them?
We fight for
That's
remaining to be together, not to split.
Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward.
Well, that house is
I know
packed.
her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have
Sister
our
Rhonda,
backs.
I love your book reading Fridays. Thank you, Najalisa.
And she will be
I'm glad you love the book reading Fridays. Thank you. I will be having one this Friday. I did not have one last Friday. So like every other Friday. So I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm glad you love what watching them. It is very enlightening. History does repeat itself. We have to be mindful of the bad. We don't want the bad to repeat itself. So I'm glad. W.B. Du Bois is an amazing writer. That's his only romance book that he wrote. So I'm happy to hear about that. Thanks for coming out and telling me about that.
She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial.
Najalisa said, amen. I read all the time. I have been reading summer-themed novels about African-American authors. That's beautiful. And that's so important, too. When you read it, then you get knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You get knowledge.
As vice president,
no one can
as vice president,
mess with you when you get knowledge. They can't take that away. Trying to clean my glasses. I told you I'm not like other 20-somethings. You sure not? You're amazing. I told you too. I shared with you. Remind me so much of myself when I was younger too, because I was very mature.
We also know, as
for
Vice
my
President
age.
Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values.
I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans.
That's Hillary Clinton, boy, and she's been waiting a long time to have this opportunity.
She
Gotta be
reveres
patient.
our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job.
You have a random statement, Sharon. I want to hear it.
That the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people.
Right? You don't hear that language from the other party. You don't hear that.
Understand.
Not making things up.
So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar.
Right. Same old material.
We have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country.
That's where that came from. That came from Hillary Clinton. It takes a village.
And America needs every one of us. Our energy, our talents.
Boy, you know, Sheila Jackson would have been sitting right there. He didn't want to call you out by mistake. The genuine people will be empathetic. Thank you. I love the statements. Please bring them. Najalisa 90 said, anyone that call you out for mistake, the genuine people will be empathetic. There you go.
And tonight,
thank you.
Tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all. I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see
choose
freedom.
To be empathetic and show concern for the root cause.
The freedom to make our own decisions
90s.
about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. walls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we
78
ever
days.
have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love.
Oh, Take Cowboys. Take Cowboys wrote, Rhonda, great stream tonight. I wish I could give you 100 likes. Thank you. You have.
And their
I feel it.
grandchildren to know
Thank
I was
you.
here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Let's go win it. Let's go win it, Hillary. See the faces in the crowd? Cultural diversity. Thank you so much. Take Cowboy says she wish she can give me 100 likes. Oh, I got a lot of likes from you, and that's right here in my heart. Thank you. I got to give you one of them blue hats.
I think it's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton.
Right?
So, I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay. That's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people.
Right.
And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Hey! Give up Jim Clyburn, y'all. He's now all the greatest that's out there. That's no longer alive, and he's one of these that's still alive and with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and good evening.
So good to see him.
Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you.
He knows all the greatest, y'all. And he's one of the greatest
4
ones
years
that's
ago,
still alive, okay?
Americans were experiencing high anxieties
High
and
anxieties.
great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him.
The book readings I usually would schedule
I often say
on Fridays
that we are but the sum of our
about
experiences.
8 o'clock, but I've
In the
been kind
introduction
of
to my memoir,
feeling my way
I
through
wrote,
and doing it different times on Fridays.
my experiences have
So if
not
more
been
people tell me like what time is better, I'll definitely stick to that because sometimes it'll be, you know, early on Friday, midday, or at night.
her experiences have prepared her for this
What time
moment.
is good for you, Take Cowboys?
Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how
I've been trying to gauge, like on Fridays, like what time is better for people that get off work or people working. Is it people, you know, during the day? You know, is it night when they put the kids to bed?
And it's
You
being
know,
their buddies. Kamala has
I
been
usually had it set at, it just depends. It's not, it used to be always like at 8 o'clock. And then I kind of changed it and did it like sometimes 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. It just depends. Just gauging.
Jim Crow 2.0. Kamala has been offering the American people enlightening proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in the parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2
Fridays for
Corinthians
now. I change
informs,
shifts next month. Okay.
we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed.
If you want to let me know what times are good for you or when you change shifts, let's see if I can work on that too, okay? Work around
Of the
that.
American people.
Just let me know. I will do that.
But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and God.
Hey, that's James Clobber. Let me give you a little something on James Clobber. Y'all ready to hear it? For right now, I mean, he's always been doing it forever. James Clobber is also known for helping, for finding great leaders of our Democrat Party. He also is known for helping people practice with debates, helping our Democrats practice debates. Kamala Harris. Okay, sweetheart.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it.
And you're never inconveniencing me. Trust me, you never are. And then also the book readings are available to members only. They're available on replay too. So if you end up missing it, you can always catch it. I have a video saved under my book reading playlist where you always have access to it. So never inconvenience for me. I work hard for you.
And to take on this
I would do
case,
that. It's not
we need a
inconvenience.
president who has spent
Not
her
at all.
life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump. He tried overturning Georgia's free and fair election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy, even warning of a bloodbath if he doesn't get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump. We are the jury he most fears. When we vote this November, we vote for justice, accountability, and the rule of law.
Boy, that's some. You see where our Democrat money, where our money goes to? It goes to signs. It goes to paying for a place like this. To have, okay, take Cowboys, to have a nice air-conditioned, climate-controlled, nice, convenient seating, great production work. Oh, there's our boy, there's our boy. Don't sleep on it. Jasmine Crockett coming up next, I believe. Jasmine Crockett, you know, your girl from Texas. She's got full of attitude, intelligence, and smarts. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let them say, well, Democrat voters, we don't know what we're doing and we're not smart now. Please don't do that. And call them out when people do. Well, I don't want y'all to be confrontational with people. But you know, you could just say that's not true.
And thank you for the beautiful
You know, you don't have to say that in public, you know, where you'll get hurt. I wouldn't recommend that.
It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists.
Hear that?
And where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940
History lessons.
to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
I mean, that's true.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers.
And you know they're saying no one died? Yes, they
in the days and
did.
weeks to come.
5 people died.
After Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden.
This guy is iconic. He's iconic as well.
After
Icon.
80 judges rejected every ridiculous
Democrat
claim
icon.
raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
After he talks, scheduled as Jasmine Crockett of Texas. Please stay for her.
As they stormed the
Please.
Capitol and injured our officers, hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job
under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
Whoa. He said that twice because he wants us to remember.
Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor.
Oh!
They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans.
Yeah,
your votes,
it sounds
Pennsylvania.
funny what he said, but
Your
it's
votes,
true.
Michigan.
And when we use the K word, the unalive word, it sounds funny, but it's real.
Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection?
Woo! John McCain State, Arizona. Look how he's looking, RJ. That man been around a long time, too. That's Arizona standing up right there.
1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right. We're going to elect Kamala Harris.
That's right.
We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls. And we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it.
That's right. Help her win so big.
Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring and let's let democracy work in America.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Jaime Raskin of Maryland, who also serves on a lot of Congress committees. He served on one to
Please welcome
prosecute
Texas
Trump.
Representative Jasmine Crockett.
There go Jasmine! Y'all pay attention! Here's Jasmine. Here's Jasmine Crockett. Here's Jasmine. Check her out, y'all. Don't sleep on it. She's from Texas. She's from Texas. Don't sleep on it. Wake up. Wake up.
On the
That's my girl. That's my
Our
girl.
nation
My daughters are
hire
crazy
a
about her too.
a commander-in-chief and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes.
Lola's
shall we?
laughing. Take Cowboys go. My girl.
One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU.
She's from Texas.
HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is.
Mm-hmm.
She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal.
There she
With
go.
34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it.
Don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on it.
Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people.
That's our girl.
Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all.
Listen, y'all. She's from Texas.
Himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas.
From Texas.
Come on, Texas.
I'm from Texas.
Right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the farm bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare.
Preach, girl.
America.
Preach.
Looking at the 2 choices before you, who would you hire?
Add
Donald
60
Trump?
cents. The ads are 60 cents for 8 hours. There's no guarantee with how much they pay.
Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a
If people
rap sheet.
watch them.
She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time.
Yeah.
What did he say?
And real Lagos. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdog in this fight. Even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work, and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you?
Can we count on you? Can we count on you?
Some of you know a little bit of my history. Some of you don't.
There we
Let me
go.
tell you.
She's going to talk to
I
you.
was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah.
She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism.
Recidivism.
Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy off of her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision.
That's what Najalista Nanis wrote about
Chaos Caucus
empathy.
couldn't elect the speaker, and the oversight committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the vice president's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?"
Uh-oh.
Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying.
Oh.
And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened.
Empathy.
It's so hard for me to tell this story.
Oh, boy.
She then said, among other things, you are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I.
Mm. Oh, she's
The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come. For hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since.
Hey. These people are working hard for us. Good politics.
The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision?
Woo!
For a better America or not, I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back.
We won't go back. We won't go back.
Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light.
Ted Cowboy said, oh boy.
When she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
That was a part of Obama's too. Ah! Oh, go ahead, Jasmine.
This is
Woo!
little boxes.
Woo!
She was gonna maybe wear home
Don't
from the
let
hospital.
anybody tell you otherwise.
Here's her little
Don't let anybody tell you and doubt. Don't you doubt yourself.
the blanket that she was in.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
I was punished for 3 days having to wait for either my baby to die or me to die, or both.
Oh my God.
I was stuck in this horrific hell of both wanting to hear her heartbeat and also hoping I would.
Jesus.
There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
I almost died because doctors were
I remember, is that the one in Texas? I had to drive for miles to
We
get help.
trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
I have so much faith in her.
And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
We have to fight for Kamala Harris, our rights, our freedom.
Yeah, that's
and
her.
frankly, our lives.
I think that's the lady from
Everything is
Texas,
on
isn't
the
it? Where she had to travel all like for miles, and they were going to prosecute her in Texas for getting.
When you're expecting a
Is this
baby,
her?
packing for the hospital should be a
Here it
joyful
is. Here's the
moment.
story.
For us, it was different.
Oh,
We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that
she
instead
was
of
carrying
welcoming
an
Willow,
unalive baby in
I
her
was
stomach for
hoping
3
Amanda's
days
life could be saved.
because of Texas. I think
I'm
she's
here
from
tonight
Texas.
because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story,
She still puts her hand
my
on her
heart breaks.
stomach.
For the baby girl we wanted
Oh.
desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
It depends on it. Vote, please. Vote. Vote. Please.
2 years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter Lauren couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better.
My husband can't fathom. He can't understand it. It's like, Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to.
Kamala
Yeah.
Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future. Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
Oh boy.
I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parents' child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you.
Reese's Cups goes,
We
wow.
hear you.
We're going to do something about this. We're going to do something about this.
Kamala Harris will sign a national law to
Good
restore the right
women
to an
are. We're
abortion.
not going to give the power to people who are not doing it. Yeah, but they're wired differently.
There's got to be some good women on the
There are.
Republican side.
There's some
who
good
are
women.
saying, wait a minute.
She will fight for
support
every
this,
woman
but I'm supporting
and
Trump.
every
I
girl,
can't understand.
even those who are not fighting for her. And now I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
Woo!
People love him. He was on Kamala's list to be
Vice President. Yeah. I like her pick.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points.
In Kentucky. Kentucky.
This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further.
Oh boy,
Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all.
I'm telling you.
All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions.
Oh my God. She's
Freedom over their own
baby.
bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. In the parable, the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all,
Right.
and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans.
Exactly.
That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
There she goes.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Yay! Biden flipped Georgia. Georgia was a red state. And Raphael Warnock won in Georgia. All right?
Well,
Don't sleep on it.
hello, America.
Are you optimistic? Don't sleep on it.
Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing.
Here he goes. He's going to tell you. He's going to tell you what happened. He said it's an amazing thing.
They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians
Georgia.
was
Georgia.
my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is?
Way in the
Way
bottoms. Way
across
in the
Georgia.
bottoms. Way in the bottoms.
She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco.
He's going to teach
But
us something.
because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
Huh? That wasn't long ago.
This is my America.
All right. His mom
Thank you, Mom.
picked
Thank
cotton.
you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal
The country.
the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before it. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection.
Deanne.
A violent
One thing I'm
assault on our
thankful to
nation's
Trump for is that
capital
he
and the
made
peaceful transfer
he
of
turned
power,
into a Democrat.
all driven by the big lie.
Deanne, listen.
But behind
That's
the big
Deanne. She
lie
just made it.
was an even bigger
She
lie.
said one thing I'm
It
thankful
is the
for
lie
to
that
Trump,
this increasingly
that he made me
diverse
turn into a
American
Democrat.
electorate
Welcome,
does
Deanne.
not
I
get
love
to
you.
the future of the
I've
country.
known Deanne for a long time.
The lie and the logic
Deanne supported me a long time
January
ago.
6th
I probably had like
is a
50
sickness.
subscribers, maybe 25.
It is a kind of cancer
Mike Aldana, look at Georgia's where it's at. That's right.
metastasized into
Voting all blue since
dozens of voter suppression
2016.
laws
Hi, Deanne. I
all
love
across our
you.
country.
Hello.
We must be vigilant tonight
I love
because
you. Oh, it's good to
anti-democratic
see you,
forces
my
are at
love.
work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready?
We're ready. We're ready.
Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment?
We're ready.
Stand up for the best in the American covenant.
Yes.
Elections are about the character of a country.
Right.
And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th.
Right.
A nation that embraces all of us or
Look
just
at
some of us.
Deanne in the room. What's
Donald
that first time
Trump's
in the chat room? I
America
think
is
the
the
second
America
time.
of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience.
Look at security out there.
He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement.
What?
He should try reading it.
Oh, DeAndre says hello, Deanne. Hello.
Walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot.
DeAndre says the DNC brought out the big guns on day one.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia.
I'll tell you something else.
All right.
Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy and investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you. We are just getting started.
We're just getting started, everybody. We're just getting started, everybody. If I'm going to be a part of something, trust me. I got an open ear about things. I have a very good eye about things.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back.
We're not going back. We're not going back.
Because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government.
I know.
In the room.
Get out of my hospital room.
Forward.
Deanne says, thank you, President Biden.
Because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they're creating for others. Forward on voting rights. Forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward.
Oh. 5 hours and 4 minutes. Your girl has been live.
And so I'm inspired.
Smash that like. Smash that like.
I'm inspired.
We're not going back. We're not going back.
I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man.
And preacher and a
Monday through
junk man.
Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal.
Mark Aldana says, do you feel like you're at a gospel revival yet? We got the Holy Ghost up in here.
And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor.
Right.
If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care
Preach on,
is good
Rev.
for my health.
That's what Mike Aldana said.
I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians.
My husband said I'm too loud.
Those in the Congo,
It's
those
after
in
10.
Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay.
That's right.
Because we are all God's children.
Oh.
And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith.
Get on your feet. Mike Aldana says, get on your feet.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Oh my God, I am so excited about today. Chris Coons, whoa! Chris Coons of Delaware. I think Jill Biden's going to be after this, and Ashley Biden, and then President Biden, and that will be the end of it for the party. Democrat National Convention, and ain't no party like a Democrat party, because our Democrat party don't stop.
And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: you are defined by your courage and you are redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down.
Okay. No, ice in this.
But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us,
Don't go nowhere. I'm going to the powder room. I've been drinking a lot of water.
our nation gave us hope and gave us
Cleansing.
confidence.
I'm going to the powder room. Y'all stay. I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Been knocked down by life, time, and again.
Mike Aldana says Trump's already going off on Twitter. I mean X, I mean. He says X, I mean. I'll be back.
Joe Biden
Hold down the
helped us
fort for
get
me, please.
up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most
I'm
consequential
trapped in. I'm
legislation
surrounded. I
of
have to
any
scooch out of
president
my
in
chair.
60 years. Helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us and our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us. And there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe,
Okay, I got
for
it.
your courage
You're good.
in fighting for our democracy, we thank you.
We thank you, Joe. I'm back. So Jeff Lee is here. Hi, Jeff Lee. Just wanted to say hi for a little bit. Sweet dreams, my friend.
Democratic Party,
Sweet
for your
dreams.
loyalty
Andrew
in fighting
says
for
sweet good
our
night,
democratic
too.
values, we thank you.
We thank you, Joe. Rocket power.
And on behalf
Spark
of Delaware,
Nation. Jeff Lee said
thank
Spark
you,
Nation.
Joe, and God
Rocket
bless
power.
you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe.
We love Joe.
We love Joe.
We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe.
Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
More water. That was Coons. Big guns are out tonight here at Democrat National Convention.
I'm Vivian Werewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Christopher McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating.
Lola said white chocolates.
You.
Sweet dreams to Jiffy Jeffs.
I adore you
White
because you embrace change for my
chocolate.
generation. and the ones to come. I look up to you.
Our children, our children. We love the babies. Take care of the babies. Jill has been a
Now
teacher.
it's my
I wonder
honor
if she's
to
still a teacher.
introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Oh. Wow.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Jill, Jill.
Thank you.
She looks wonderful with she wearing. Whoa, she looks great. Ooh, she looks great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again.
All over again. Isn't that something?
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep
Deanne said, bravest
from service
decision
to the
ever.
communities that make us who we are.
Very big
From
decision.
love of a country that shines
Amen.
with promise
Respect.
and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son Bo first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, Mom, she's special. Someone to keep your eye on. And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation
We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. Gavin Newsom, Governor of California.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Jill and Joe Biden's daughter.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake. They sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
Joe Biden's daughter.
Joe Biden is the OG girl dad.
OG girl dad.
He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act.
Wow. That says a lot.
And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career.
What?
Dad was always there, doing
kids.
everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants. And by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia.
Okay. Social work in Philadelphia.
I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives.
Wow, that reminds me kind of like my field
Dad
of
always
study.
told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life.
Right.
When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history.
Mm.
And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now I would like to introduce my father, your 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Yay! Fire, lift it before. Fire, forevermore. Your love keeps lifting me. Oh, Audrey, you gotta see this. This is great. Higher, higher. Oh, Audrey, come see this, Audrey. He looks great. He looks wonderful. Ooh, put chills on me. I have chills. That means they have a big schedule. We love you, Joe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There go Gavin Newsom from California, hey. Doing some big things in California. Clapping.
Joe Biden came on, you excited? Our president came out. Look at her. She was ready to do this.
Man, look at that. He's a handsome looking man, ain't he? Good looking Joe Biden. Good looking Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you.
He looks great. His skin and everything just looks great.
Now that he's not out there every day doing this, he's more relaxed.
Well, he's going to be more relaxed. He's trying to hold them tears back. He's trying to hold them tears back. But
We love Joe.
the sea of blue. The sea of blue.
No, don't say no. Let them talk to you. Let them talk to you.
Thank you.
You do some good.
I love you.
I love you, Joe.
Thank you.
We love you back, Joe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We love Joe. We love Joe.
My daughter.
My daughter. I love my daughter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Wow, that's beautiful. A sea of we love Joe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what.
He healed America. He was the moral compass when he got elected. He helped heal America.
To my dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thanks for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who is those of you who know us,
we love you, Joe.
She still leaves me both breathless and speechless.
Breathless and speechless.
Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad.
Okay, calm down, baby.
Yes,
Well, I tried it.
My dad used to have an expression, for
It's
real.
okay.
He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks.
We voted for you.
And America, I love you.
Hey!
Folks, let me ask you.
We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe.
ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom?
Can I get out again?
Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Yes!
Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? My fellow
That crowd is
Democrats,
overwhelming,
my
you
fellow
know?
Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol that's 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None.
None.
You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic. Historic joblessness.
Beautiful husband.
A call for racial justice long overdue. Clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you.
We love Joe. We love Joe. Well, Nancy Pelosi.
And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
Oh my gosh!
Now it's summer. The winter is past.
That means Big
And with
Guns is gonna be
grateful
every
heart,
day.
I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods.
Hear that?
Carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods.
Right.
Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions,
stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's what I realized. Had to listen to the admonition of my dead son. I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran.
Amen. He said that. That's why he was inspired to run. He said that.
Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor.
Hello.
An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us.
That's a lot of people.
Any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy.
Right here, Tony said, thanks for sharing, Andrew.
As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back.
You're not going back.
To stand against hate and violence in all its forms. To be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity. Demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is delivered to all Americans.
All Americans.
Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period.
A lot.
When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down.
That's that old Democrat that goes way back in the day. The
racial wealth gap in 20 years.
How you say orator?
And yes,
orator.
We both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history.
Skills. Democrats are, that is nothing new for Democrats. Democrats have the strong skills when it comes to getting their message across. And when you hear that peaking voice and it's strong and it's loud, that goes way back.
Drug prices. We finally beat Big Pharma.
Finally beat Big Pharma. That goes way back to Democrats.
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already
That's
includes
35
starting in
is
January. Every senior's total prescription
the
cost
max.
can be
So they
capped at
can't
$2,000
charge you
no
more
matter
than that.
how expensive the drugs they
I know
have.
people paid over $100 for insulin. And they have
What
no
we don't
kind of
focus
income.
on,
They're starving
and
to
our
get
Republican
insulin.
friends don't seem to understand. Our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too.
He's always pulling Kamala in. You see that? Thank you to Kamala, too.
How can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
That's the Democrat. They come out strong when they speak, loud and strong.
Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came in office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses.
Our technology.
Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water.
Right.
Providing affordable high-speed internet for
Right.
every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America.
Ooh, that crowd is loud. I love it.
Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology?
Exactly.
After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America.
In America, they're going to build those chip factories. And in California,
tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
woo! You won't need a college degree to have a $100,000 a year job.
You and so many electeds out there. American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from it, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked.
Lost their jobs.
And now you're back. proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
Unions built the middle class.
It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line.
Right? The first president walked the picket line with the unions.
And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact.
Right? I accept it.
Because when unions do well, we all do well.
Right.
You got it, man. You got it.
What do you say?
You got it.
You got it today.
Union
jobs?
I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember I told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. For $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations.
Wow, 500,000 charging stations all across America. See?
And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware. Route 9. All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods.
Right.
They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Gee, go ahead, Joe.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it.
Seriously.
Look at their project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education.
Can you
During the
imagine that?
pandemic,
Getting rid of the Department of
Kamala
Education?
helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college.
Isn't that wonderful?
And by the way, we're making
Whether or
college
not
a
you
hell
go
of
to
a lot more
college, you
affordable.
still get good pay.
Increasing Pell Grants by $900.
Increasing
Over
Pell Grants.
$15 billion to HBCUs.
Wow, HBCUs over 15
service
billion.
engines, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges.
Travel colleges.
We kept our commitment
Tribal.
to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community.
Wow.
And grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows. From the middle out and the bottom up, instead of the top down.
Right.
You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle class family. 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood,
Said Grandpa.
but never a penny to spare.
Right.
And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but both thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking.
I'm not joking.
Look at the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation.
Mike Aldana says keep the Department of Education and get rid of student loan debt. Right. Mike Aldana is listening out here.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America?
Right.
Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than they were under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years.
Wow.
And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
Wow.
Folks,
put a prosecutor in office instead of a convicted felon.
Passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, it makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do. More children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else. The United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years.
Wow.
I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks.
Yes.
It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times.
Right.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States. That we negotiated with the Senate Republican. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill. Because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love.
Right.
And your freedom to choose. And its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022.
What?
And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024.
Amen.
Watch.
I hope so, Joe.
Yeah.
And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud
Thank you.
that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala.
Thank you, Joe. I said thank you, Joe.
Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
Right.
That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits and Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act,
That's how I died of cancer from that.
a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is?
Woo!
Who does he think he is?
Who in the hell does he think he is?
There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts, or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. Days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
How many years? They've been in war for 3 years. Wow.
When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
What? You don't hear it now. Remember what you don't hear.
To bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security in the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war, reunite hostages with their families, and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
Thank you. There's still pizza left over, right? Okay. I had that tomorrow.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia.
Huh?
One of the most complicated swaps in history.
As soon as it's over, I'll be in there.
But they're home.
Okay.
Kamala and I are going to keep working.
I'll be in there
to
shortly.
bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate.
Right.
We need you to win back the House of Representatives.
Yes.
And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim.
Mike Aldana says Biden airing out his Gaza grievances. He is.
Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress. We have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America.
Yeah.
And capping prescription drug costs a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable. Building 3 million new homes. Providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer.
Wow. That's wonderful.
More than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods. Food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy.
Wow.
Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay?
8.2%.
8.2%.
8.2%.
If we just increase their taxes we proposed,
I pay over 30
25%,
something
which is the
percent,
highest
35
tax
to
rate,
38%.
it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. And they'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know, Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect the Senate and the House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children could look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it.
He's
Anybody
not
else
joking.
said that in the past, you think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
A kid with a stutter.
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities.
Right.
Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities. Not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort. And where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has ever seen.
Right. So volunteer.
Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
Wow.
mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America.
We are.
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Ooh, what a beautiful day today. A beautiful day today. This DNC has been an amazing experience. I have watched other DNCs before, and it gets better and better. I mean, I could always say, well, it's better this year, it's better in 4 years, it's better next 4 years. It is. Is there a crisis every 4 years? It is. That's not anybody saying, something to waste your time. I mean, there's everybody on the stage. The family is on the stage. We're looking at the beautiful family there. It just looks so fantastic. Just reminds you that we're okay, and, to grow from there. I'll be back tomorrow. 5 o'clock. We got a date. And I'll see you soon. Thank you.